All right, I believe we are live. All right, guys, welcome to day four. Day four. I think I labeled the stream wrong. um, Let me just fix that real quick. uh, all right, I don't know if we're gonna get a whole lot of people in here, just because a lot of you are probably back to work. Yesterday was Labor Day. Ooh, we just crossed 87,777 subscribers. So, big thanks to you guys out there. 7777. Look at that. Yeah. Thanks for everybody for following along. Nope, I got it right. Yeah, I got it right. Okay. All right, let's get started. All right. Today we are going to get away from doing more pie cuts. So if you guys have been following these streams, we started streaming on Saturday, and the goal is to get my Ford Fairmont Station Wagon swapped out from a Vortec 4200 to a Vortec 3500. So I guess I'll start from the beginning. Um, if you guys aren't familiar with what we're doing here, you should go watch my latest video. There's a excellent summary on there on what we're trying to do, but I will summarize it for you. So this is my Ford Fairmont station wagon. We built this car in 2019. We originally put a turbo LS into this thing, and my goal was to compete at the the street race small block power adder class. So the car has evolved over the years. We eventually took the LS out of the car and put a Vortec 4200 into it with a turbo. And if you guys are familiar with our channel, you know that we're kind of pioneers in the Vortec 4200 space. You know that I've been trying to get them to, become more mainstream. So I think that's starting to happen, and we're in the process of building another car, which is my red Camaro. It's a 95. I'll show it to you here in a second. It's a 95 Camaro, and we're going to do an all-out Vortec 4200 build. And that kind of left me thinking, well, what am I going to do with this thing? If I'm going to go to participate on a drag and drive for the Sick Week Freaks class, I'm going to take my Camaro. Why would I take this? This is slower. So that got me thinking that we should swap this thing out for something that is equally as exciting and will hopefully breathe some new life into this project. So yesterday, I guess we'll start. Saturday, we removed the 4200, got the 3500 installed, and built some engine mounts. On Sunday, we started to what do we do on Sunday? Is that when we start? Yeah, we started the exhaust manifold on Sunday. Whew. Wow. And then yesterday we continued on the exhaust manifold, and you saw me express my great love for the oh so fantastic pie cut. Well, hopefully today we're not doing any more pie cuts. In fact, I'm going to show you the work that I got done on the exhaust manifold, but we're not going to work on the exhaust manifold today because I'm going to finish that off stream because it's taking way too long. So today we are going to start on the intake manifold, and for that I gotta say a huge thanks to the guys over at MW Steel. They have supplied a really nice dual plenum intake manifold kit, and I have it laid out on the floor for you guys. So this is what we have. All right, let me just check on chat. Hey, Nate's already in here. Yeah, there we go. Yep. Oh, Calvin, did you see that Dude in Blues video yesterday about the Blazer? Think you should definitely submit one of your Vortec builds to him. Yeah, I've tried to reach out to him in the past, but yeah, Nate, the Sarton brothers in the comments, he's a little more close with them, so he reached out to him for me, and we'll have to see if we can get something set up. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the parts on Jonathan's Trailblazer were parts that he bought from me. You know, the turbo, the exhaust manifold. Well, no, he bought the exhaust manifold himself, and a few other bits and bobs. I was a big part throughout that project of giving advice and that kind of stuff. So I'm not trying to like take credit for the whole build. You know, Jonathan did a lot of good work there. And if you guys haven't noticed or didn't see, we built our own Trailblazer, and yeah, so ours is a little bit different, a little bit more our style, and it's a little bit faster too. So yeah, it's yeah, I would love to work with David Patterson and have him drive ours, or maybe if he wants to drive one of the faster cars, that would be cool too. So yeah, somebody asked why not the 3.7, because the 3.7 doesn't share as many parts with the Vortec 4200. The 3.5 has the same bore and stroke, so I should be able to use the same pistons that go into a 4200 in a 3500. You still can't see me. You guys get to see the struggle of how I film my videos, because it's usually just me. All right, now you can see me. There we go. Yeah, I think the 3.5 is going to work out better for us just because we have a lot of 4.2 liter parts. Also, the 3.7 liter has a larger bore, obviously, but we are going to use a 3.7 liter head because it has larger cams, larger, you know, just better valves, exhaust ports, that kind of stuff. It's just better in almost every way. So, yep, yeah, that's the other part. This thing has become kind of a bear to work on because the 4.2 is so long and we put so much cooling in the front of this thing. We're running out of space. So by shortening the engine by 4 inches, we will give ourselves a little bit more room, even though we got to install a 1-inch bell housing spacer to make it work. But anyways, let's get on to this jewelry. Again, I got to say a huge thanks to the guys over at MW Steel. They got their little logo here. It is a company out of Finland, actually. So I know that rally car racing is really, really big over there. And so they actually care about not just making the engine last for, 8 seconds, 9 seconds. They actually need it to last for like minutes of wide open throttle. So they care about like cylinder to cylinder distribution. That cylinder that gets a little lean, that, you just, you're not wide open throttle for long enough. So who cares? On a drag car, in a rally car, you got to like actually, okay, let's fix this problem. We can't be running a cylinder lean for, the way that they abuse their engine. So they have developed what is called the dual plenum style intake manifold. And this is, well, they're not the originators, I should say that. They just developed a kit to make it easy to fabricate your own. It uses a, hey, Sleeper Dude, how's it going? They've developed this really nice kit with very thick aluminum. And I'm not sure how they form this, I'll be honest. Like, this is really, really nice stuff. I don't know if it's rolled or if it's like hydroformed or something like that, but I mean, look at this. Like, look at how thick this stuff is. You know, this is 3 mil, I think it's 4 millimeter thick, which in freedom units, that would be, let's just measure it. Let me grab a caliper. So that's like 151 thou, or no, 157 thou, good number. Um, you know, this is some thick stuff. That's like, yeah, that's almost 3/16 of an inch, which is what we normally pick for manifolds like this, especially when they have large flat areas like this. They do have some bracing that you can install optionally if you're going to run a ton of boost, which we're going to install, might as well. But really, really nice stuff. Like, I don't even know how you would make this feature here. Like, this is really, really fantastic. But basically, how this dual plenum intake works is this is your, it has two plenums essentially. So you have one plenum that's a little larger, and that sits on your intake runners, but I guess I should talk about this first. So this is a set of billet intake runners that we have developed in the past. Obviously, this is a 6-cylinder. We're going to end up cutting this cylinder off of the runner set, and it will work on a 5-cylinder. There are pretty much, the 5-cylinder is like you took a 6-cylinder and you took the rearmost cylinder and just deleted it. So we can definitely use this. It has the provision down here so that you can vent the lower crankcase. That is something that we found to be advantageous. Yeah, John Wilburn's in the chat. How's it going? Yeah, Andrew will want to acid dip it for weight. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. When you're running a lot of boost, it's nice to have a little bit of extra heft there. You know, I think I'll live with the extra weight. So the goal here is to chop this billet runner set off, and then this plenum will sit on top of it, which we're going to have to shorten it slightly just to make it fit the engine a little bit better, which not a big deal. And then this secondary plenum goes, I guess I'll leave this here. So the secondary plenum, which, you know, has this very distinct tapered cone. This is the key to the whole thing. It goes, you know, off to the side. You can do it upwards, you can do it downwards, however fits your car best, which that's something we need to figure out. And basically, this secondary plenum, the reason that it gets the dual plenum name, what this dual plenum does is this tapered cone uses a principle of you know, science, fluid dynamics, where basically a tapered cone it distributes the air better as you move down the line. If you've ever looked at like large HVAC stuff, you know, where like in an industrial application, looked up in the ceiling and noticed how everything necks down and gets smaller as it gets further away from the air handler. I think this is the same concept. Basically, you know, normal forward-facing intake manifolds and even center feed intake manifolds, they deal with the problem where whichever cylinder is closest to the feed in the manifold, that cylinder gets fed the most air. And with this manifold, it makes it much better distributed through the manifold, and basically your cylinder to cylinder distribution of air becomes much more consistent. So it features this nice plenum here. all formed. I don't know how they do it, but it's a really nice stuff. And then on the back of the dual plenum, they have this nice formed piece here, which sort of caps off the end of the plenum. And yeah, it's really nice stuff. So 128 of you in here. Okay, do you guys not work or something? Like, I mean, I'm happy to have you here, but I was figuring the view count would be down today. Yeah, so that is that. They have really detailed instructions, which is nice because I feel like for something like this, you should have detailed instructions. You should, go through the process and describe exactly what needs to be done. And I think the key part here is this drawing right here. So what this drawing basically shows is that the slot where the air goes up into the secondary plenum, that needs to actually have a taper to it as well, which I was surprised to read. And they also show where you should have like your support, because this large flat area, as the pressure builds up in there, it's going to generate a lot of force going in one or the other direction. So they show, hey, put some supports in there so it doesn't blow apart. And they show how you should set up your slot for where the air goes into the secondary plenum. So what we're going to do first, I think, is I'm going to show you my turbo manifold, show you how far I got on that first. And then we're going to pull the, okay, I see multitasking. Hey, sounds good to me, guys. Sorry, I've been showing this to you guys with it obscured by chat, my bad. Yeah, so here is the drawing that they show. So first I'm going to show you what I got done on the turbo manifold, and then we are going to pull the head off of the mock engine that I have set up for welding, and we're going to put it back on the car, and we are going to start mocking up the intake manifold so that we can figure out if we're going to put the plenum up or we're going to put the plenum down, and figure out where we have the most room in the car. So, all right, let's take it. What did I miss? I just showed off a bunch of fancy billet stuff. All right, Sloppy Mechanics is in the chat. We know we got a good stream going here. we got Sleeper Dew, we got John Wilburn, we got the Sarton brothers, we got Sloppy Mechanics. Man, we got some celebs. We got some celebs, guys. Yep. So how much would you charge me to make a trans adapter to bolt a Chrysler? And I'm not sure what that transmission is, but I have no idea. I mean that's a really complicated swap, but let's show off the turbo manifold before I get too distracted. I thought you were going to go to dual runner. Go for dual runner. I don't know what that is. Oh, you're saying like a long and short runner. Nope. We're not going to do that on this one. All right. So let me get you guys transferred over to the phone cam thing, whatever. As I'm sure you guys can see, I'm getting more and more tired throughout the week because I've been trying to actually get this project done. My goal is to have this thing running before on Sunday of next week. If we get it done sooner, that would be great too. But that is my goal. So we have. I guess I should go through and talk about. All right, let's show the turbo manifold first before I get distracted again. All right, I'll talk about what else we have to do on the car later. But yeah, this is my Camaro. This is the car that we're building for the all-out six-cylinder car. But anyways, so here is what I've gotten done on the turbo manifold. So I got almost all the primary tubes done, except for the front one. I ended up having to trim the collector a little shorter right in here just to give me room. I was so sick and tired of pie cuts that I wanted to make sure that I left enough room to be able to run this primary without any pie cuts. My goodness. So the center runner is a little bit of a sharp turn, but it is down there. And I gotta make sure that I weld this in the right order, or else I'm gonna run out of space in order to get the torch in there. I have had in the past to, I've had to, like with this exhaust manifold in particular, I've had to cut out a window. You can see here, I cut out a little window and I actually welded the inside of the tube through, I stuck the torch down in here and welded it from the inside. So if I have to do that, I will. But yeah, this is what we have gotten done on the turbo manifold. I'm going to finish up the other primary and the wastegate tube off stream because this is taking way too long. So, hey, look, a North Star. Okay, so I guess I'll briefly talk about what else we have to get done. I am going to be switching from the Max ECU Race to a Max ECU Sport. And we got to get all the transmission adapted stuff. Got to get all of our plumbing back hooked up. I'm trying to get the turbo to be in the same spot. That's super easy. We got to get all our cold side stuff hooked up to the intake manifold once we place it in the engine. Hoping all my cooling stuff just hooks right back up to the engine for like the radiator and stuff. But I think a large portion of our time is going to be spent on actually building a new wiring harness. So there's going to be a little bit of wiring. That always takes way longer than I would like it to. But yeah, so all right, let's see what you guys are saying. Are you going with dual plenum? Yes, I just talked about that. Yeah. Gotta love a day off to enjoy Calvin nerding and problem solving with this build. Yay! All right. I know someone has done a V12 LS. Does anyone know? Has anyone done a V10? I think I've seen somebody do a V10 on an LS, but it was very much a one-off, like, somebody just had a passion for V10s. But if they didn't do it split pin, they didn't do it right, in my opinion. Dang, that's gonna be sick. Yeah, I'm excited about it. That center runner gonna be okay. I think so. Should be all right. Oh, you're talking about for the exhaust manifold. I mean, we went a little big on the exhaust primary, so hopefully that compensates for anything that happens there. I wish I could have made the bend a little more a little more smooth and gradual, but that was the room that I had, so we'll see how it does. A V10 North Star would be cool. Yeah, that would be neat. Did you find someone to make cams for you instead of reground setup? No, and that I don't think there's any reason to. There's still tons of cams out there that can be reground, and you can get a lot out of the factory cam core. So I don't see any reason to develop a billet cam core. I'm assuming you're talking about a 4200, just because that's what most people are talking about when they talk about that. Yeah, there's no reason to develop a billet cam core because you're going to have probably $2,000 in cores, and then you got to get it ground, and then you got to get it straightened, and then you got to get it heat treated, then you got to get it straightened, and it just, and then I think you have to get it coated too or something. I don't know. There's a whole lot that goes into building a billet cam core and actually turning it into a functional cam, that you're gonna have 3-4 grand in a set of cams, when you could just get some cams from the junkyard and send them off and have a set of cams for $500. Like, it's just, it doesn't make any sense to me. All right. I was not expecting 4 days in a row. You're a madman, Calvin. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, literally stretching an LS, not just a 90-degree overhead valve V10. I think somebody's made like a custom block to do it. Yeah, to do an LS V10. Yeah. T88 turbo it. Well, it's gonna have an 88 millimeter turbine, so um, yeah, that's what I meant, pre-coffee. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not much of a coffee guy. I do, get caffeine, but I'm more of like a tea drinker. That's where I normally get my caffeine. Probably not as good for you, but it's my affliction. Hey Calvin, do you still have the 4th gen Nova? What's the plan on that? Yes, we do, and it is sitting to the side at the moment. We decided to pursue some other projects before we finish that one up. We finally do have the major holdup on that thing was the ECU. We couldn't find an ECU for sale that was in stock. So we got that. We finally have that. So we should be able to finish that one up. Just it's sitting on the side at the moment. What do I do for my day job? I'm an engineer. V10 Atlas is where it's at. Yeah, I've been mulling around that in my head, just because it's like, well, you got a collection of 5 cylinders. Like, what if you made a custom block, like a 72-degree custom block? And you have like one, kind of like they're doing with the K series, where they're having one timing chain going forward, one timing chain going back, so the intake's in the center, exhaust on the outside, or I think they're doing a hot V actually. But yeah, I've put a little bit of thought into that but that will be very, very expensive, or require ridiculous amounts of time. So who knows? Who knows? Coat the non-running surfaces before heat treat. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. Yep. So they stay soft and can be straightened. Oh, okay. All right. That's what the copper looking stuff on the cams between the lobes is. Okay, neat. Someone just made a 3-valve V10. They did a 4-valve Ford V10 in a Lincoln because they made their own custom heads. Go check out the build it yourself, guys. I was reading about how fuel injection made the 5-cylinder possible because carbs don't work on them. Yep, I've seen that video. Basically, it's hard to get the fuel distribution right with a carburetor. Yep, it's 4-valve. Coffee, the original energy drink. There you go. Nectar of the gods. The pants. Okay. What's the VK56 going into? Well, funny that's the sloppy mechanic is in here himself, but we're attempting to do a sloppy mechanic style build with that engine. So naturally, we got to put it in a Fairmont. So my dad has a Fairmont. We're going to stick it in that. What kind of engineer though? Mechanical, chemical, electric. I'm electrical. Oh yeah, that's right. Wasn't sure with my memory. Oh, yeah, okay, he's responding to somebody else. Let me guess, by the thumbnail, you are making a dual plenum manifold for equal air into the runners. This is a smart guy right there. Yes, we are. How much do these setups usually cost? I mean, it depends how wild you go. Like, you can do a stock engine and make really good horsepower. Stock intakes will go really far. I mean, we've made 820 horsepower on a stock intake, and we've stock rods and pistons the same. We've made 824 horsepower at the wheels. So you don't have to spend a ton of money on it. It's just, when you want to do wild and wacky stuff, and maybe clean things up a little, it can get more expensive. But same with an LS. Like, if you want the Holly High Ram, you gotta buy the $1,000 Holly High Ram, because some people don't like the look of a plastic intake. It is what it is. How long is the 4200 with accessories? I'm gonna go measure the engine bay of my S10. I have that linked on the Vortec 4200 wiki. Just literally go to Google, type in Vortec 4200 wiki, and it should be the first link. There's a tab on there called Dimensions. Scroll to the bottom. There's all the dimensions right there. What size injectors on the 5-cylinder are you going to run? What impedance? It will be high impedance Bosch 210s. Does the VK56 have lifter buckets? Yes, it does. Interesting. I'm an engineer as well. I design industrial control panels for the water and wastewater industry. Cool. It's best not to think about the cost. Yes, that guy, what he said. Okay, I realize what they meant by the pants guy. Okay, because that guy's username is the pants. Somebody ate their Wheaties today. Question, sir. How could you hypothetically merge two of these to form a V10? Thank you. Love the show. And the Hellcat Blower LS dyno warms my heart. Thanks. I've been thinking of a couple concepts. You would either need to do a custom block with a custom crankshaft, but I've also thought about, like, what if you took a connecting rod and put another connecting rod with like a pin, kind of like what they do on aircraft engines, like the radial engines, where they have like the master rod and then there's a bunch of rods connected to it. I was like, well, what if you did like a two-piece rod type setup? And then you could use the crank that's already developed for the 5-cylinder, and then all the cylinders would be in plane with one another rather than offset. Yeah, maybe a dumb idea, but yeah, put probably way too much thought into that particular thing. Yeah, and then you would have one cylinder head facing forward, one facing backwards with two timing chain setups. And, that way the intake or the exhaust, whichever you choose, would be in the center, and the intake or exhaust, it would have intakes on one side, exhausts on the other side, so that everything's together. That way you're not having like one going this way, one going this way, hot stuff near cold stuff. All right. What were you able to get to before you had to increase ring gap? 824 wheel horsepower. We never increased the ring gap on that engine. Falconer V12 was a C4 ZR1 prototype magazine test car. Yeah, they do some really, really cool stuff. In fact, the Falconer guys, so if you guys have seen some of like the literature for the Vortec 4200, you may have seen that, oh, they built a Baja car, and they built a Pikes Peak car with the 4200 underneath the hood. No, it had a Falconer inline 6. It had no resemblance to the 4200, but they used it to promote the 4200. Just a fun little factoid. I think the VK56 is buckets. Yeah, it's a bucket. Yep. Just hopped on. How about the Cadillac motor? It's sitting right there. I'm getting to it. Will you add 3500 dimensions to the wiki and make it an Atlas wiki? Maybe. I always tell people, literally just take the length dimensions and subtract 4 inches. I guess I could do that for people if that's, if they, yeah, sure. Radial V10 would, that's awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I probably just spend too much time thinking about this stuff. Would sound miserable to maintain though. I mean, you know. Great work. I mean, there are engines like the Hurricane, the new Jeep and Dodge engine that just came out. I think they have a rear timing chain, and yeah, that sounds miserable. Great work, and what a great inspiration to anyone interested in mechanics. God bless you and your family. Well, thanks. Balance shafts, a failure point on any performance engine, poly mounts, undo any vibration dampening you'd get anyway. Agreed. Yeah, balance shafts are stupid. I am not a fan. And this has the original engine mounts so that we can dampen some of those vibrations. And we're going to delete that junk. Stupid balance shafts. Hi again. Is there a front wheel drive? Front. Is there a front wheel drive front that bolts to the 4-cylinder Atlas? Front wheel drive front. I'm not sure what you're asking. Okay, we need more Lexus V8 builds. The Hurricane high output is the crap. Yeah, Lexus V8 sounds cool. All right, how do all wrong English. I like that. That's funny. Oh, he's saying how do. Oh, how do. Some people say how do. Like how do you do? I got it. I got it. I figured it out. I'm not stupid. You thought I was dumb. I'm uncultured. Joseph Butts. Hey, Joseph, how's it going? Have you spent any time on the Trailblazer since your last posted track outing? I have not. In fact, it's been having fuel pump issues that I need to fix, but it is sitting outside at the moment. I will fix it. Well, I shouldn't say that. I have spent a little bit of time. I put different shocks on it, put different injectors in it, trying to get the thing ready to go for that 10.000 second pass. But it's just been doing dumb stuff, and at some point I need to pull the fuel tank out of it, and I'm not looking forward to it, but I'll get to it. And transmission. No, there is no front-wheel drive transmission that bolts to the 4-cylinder. Single turbo Hurricane is nutty. The gal that won Roadkill Nights with one in a D150. Yeah, I heard that thing. It actually sounded pretty cool. I'm not really a fan with how I'm not really a fan of how the exhaust is set up on the Hurricanes, where the turbo bolts right to the head. I've never been a fan of when manufacturers do that. I'd rather have individual runners, but did sound pretty cool. Are these pretty streetable motors? I got an S10 with a Turbo 400 with brake thoughts. I mean, we took one on a drag and drive and made it through the entire week and had 0 issues. So yes, I would say so. All right, we need more twin charge builds of anything yet to see the Hellcat guys adding turbos to their supercharger setups. Yeah, they do that actually. Go check out Weston Champlin actually did a twin turbo into the supercharger setup. So they make like a whole kit to do it. So yeah, that is a thing. Uh, yeah, but the dude that put the Hurricane in the Viper motor makes me unreasonably upset. I know it's his stuff, but and he can do what he wants. But I feel like Viper needs to be a V10 manual. Honestly, in my opinion, you guys heard my opinion on Viper V10s earlier in the week. It's an upgrade. Uh, sorry, guys. Will you be doing Hot Rod Drag Week here in Maryland and PA in a couple weeks? Probably not. Just too much on my plate at the moment. I'm trying to get ready for Six Smokies, even though it is really close. We tried to sign up, but the stupid sign up thing wouldn't let us sign up. And yeah, it asked us for a coupon code, which didn't exist because we didn't refresh the page because they told us not. Anyways, sorry. All right, LV3 V6. I'd give it a shot. I've talked about that a few times throughout the week. Really love your channel. How about a collaboration with Jim's Auto Machine Shop? I'm not familiar with him. I'll have to check him out. I need to do a 4200 in my Fairlady Z. There's a few people doing that, and you guys may or may not have seen ours. You're a brilliant man. Yeah. Sorry, it took me a while to figure that one out. uh, all right, I think we're gonna get started. All right, so first thing we're gonna do is we are going to cut a cylinder off. Well, first thing we're gonna do is put the cylinder head on the engine. That's what I said we were gonna do earlier, and then I'm gonna be a squirrel and get distracted and not do that. So let's do that first before I get squirrel. Squirrel! All right, so let's pull the exhaust manifold off this thing and then pull this thing off the engine block so that we can start locking it up in the engine bay. All right. Center runner's not even welded in yet. Hey, fancy goodness right there. All right, so this can sit there till I have time to get to it again. All right. Rough. Okay. All right, any plans for doing a direct injection setup? We're actually doing the direct injection on the 4th gen Nova that we were talking about earlier. It is going to be a 6.2 liter LT style engine, and we're going to be keeping the direct injection. All right. Any plans? Okay. Don't know if it was a 1G or 2G eclipse, but converting a 2G to all-wheel drive is easy. Okay. You must be talking to somebody else. Rough. Ugh. Good thing these are aluminum. They are a little heavy. All right, come on. Find the dowel. There's the dowel. There's the dowel. All right. Why has your channel not blown up? You think outside the box. Awesome budget builds. Should be 1 million subs. Don't know. I try to figure that out every day. No, I mean, I think we're growing at a sustainable rate. I would rather grow a little slower and have people that actually want to watch my videos rather than be a one-hit wonder. So I'm cool with it. Hi from South Wales, UK. How's it going? If I had the money, I would convert my Challenger Scat Pack to all-wheel drive. Yeah, that would be cool. I know they come like that from the factory. They never seem to take off though. It seemed like more people should be into that, but for whatever reason, it took off. I guess the Dodge guys just aren't really into all-wheel drive. All right, next. Ooh, this is gonna hurt. We're gonna take a grinding wheel to this piece of billet, and it's gonna hurt my soul, and I'm sure it's gonna hurt a lot of your souls. First, I'm gonna triple check that I'm taking the right end off of it, because I don't want to cut it apart and have cut off the wrong end, because that would suck. All right, this is gonna hurt. Sure you want to do this, guys? We could stop. We could just do a 6-cylinder. We could. I mean, we don't have to do this. We could just do the dual plenum intake on a 6-cylinder. I mean, come on. All right, I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna cut it. I'm gonna cut it before I change my mind. This is yep. Yep. We're doing this. We're doing this, guys. I guess I'll try to be kinda scientific about it. Scienturgery. We're doing some scienturgery right now. Yep, we're doing this. This is happening. This is a thing that is happening. All right. All right, here we go. All right, now this is the part where it like pauses and you may wonder how I got here. Ready? Right there. That's where. All right, here we go. Now we could just weld this back up. We we could go back. We I'm, I'm just saying. We could just weld it back. We could just weld it back. Should make this into a trophy or something. Yep. I just did that. Oh boy. He has a side grinder cutting a manifold. Love it. Yep, there you go. Engines. Hey, we got Jonathan back in here. How's it going, Jonathan? Make a one-cylinder Atlas. There you go. One-cylinder Atlas now. I'm gonna go full Rob Dom. I'm doing a one rotor in a Miata. Oh boy. Ugh. This better sound cool. Ugh. Nah, I think it'll be cool. Just joking around with you guys. All right. Nice. 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 How big does the slot have to be between the two plenums? What is the math? It's very detailed in how it lays it out in the instructions, and we'll get into that a little bit later, my friend. A little later. Alright, then turbo it on a lawnmower. There you go. Lawnmower, turbo. I've never heard a better plan than that. Alright. So it looks like we have room to go down with the plenum. So we might just do that. All right. There we go. You happy? Are you happy, guys? Look what you've made me do. What have I done? All right. Hang on. Let me get you guys in here. Uh... What have I done? What have I done with my life? What events happened in my life that have led to this? We have strayed so far from God's grace. Nah, this will be cool. So it looks like fits in here pretty good. We actually got like a lot of room back here because of that 1-inch bell housing spacer. That was one complaint I had with the previous setup is like squeezing my hand down in here to get to the bell housing bolts. Nightmare. So, all right, next we need to get our plenum. And we're going to have to shorten this a little bit because as you can see, it's a little bit longer than the engine. So it will look something like that. And we're going to just cut a giant hole in this and then cut one of the ends off. We'll probably put the part that we cut off in the back because, you know, it'll look cooler if the front's all nice and continuous. So, all right. Back to the main cam. All right. So, now that I've bolted the intake on, we're going to take it right back off. Oh, cool. It has velocity stacks. Yep. Yes, it does. If everyone scumbags him enough. Okay, what are we... what are we talking about in the comments? Wow, the big problem... Alright, is the 5-cylinder eventually going to get nitrous if everyone scumbags him enough? Okay, alright, relax. No, it probably will not get nitrous. uh... This is by far the most interesting project I've ever seen. Well, thanks. I'm trying to make interesting content for you guys, so... I mean, it's interesting for me, too, but... Yeah. Gotta emulate that rally car stuff, because rally cars run this style of intake. I guess I probably should have mentioned that earlier. That's why we're doing this, actually. Rally cars use this dual plenum style. I did talk about it earlier. What are you talking? Okay, rally cars run this because they can't get away with poor cylinder to cylinder distribution. And I am curious if you can see benefits on a drag car. And maybe someday we'll do something a little more endurance based that will use this concept as well. My fingers. Looking clean, yes sir. Do you think? All right, buddy. All right. We got it. We got it, guys. All right. Agreed. Keep it up. Very interesting. Thanks. I love the new cylinders. A wagon, Audi blows doors off my GT Fiero. A GT Ford probe in the late 90s. I could not believe it. There you go. Some EGT probes would help with checking if it works. Actually, they talk about that in the instructions for this Plenum kit. And they say that EGT probes are not a great way to verify the cylinder-to-cylinder distribution, which is something that I have seen in the past as well. You read your spark plug, and it tells one story. You read your EGT probe, and it tells another story. And everybody that I have seen has said that you should not be using your EGT for tuning your cylinder to cylinder distribution. Because most people just offset their fuel injector a little bit and do it that way when they are trying to tune the cylinders to get them to all have the same AFR. They just trim fuel. But in theory, you know, if you guys are fans of Engine Masters, you know they've done countless tests where they have shown that if you get the cylinder-to-cylinder distribution more better, if you make it better, you know, they'll do all these manifold tricks where they put like a baffle inside of the plenum of the intake manifold where it redirects fuel better to one cylinder or another. And they have shown countless times that by getting the cylinder-to-cylinder distribution to be better, it picks up power. So, yeah. And they have the setups where they have 8 individual O2 sensors in a set of headers, and they are able to is that right? Yeah, it looks good. All right. They have 8 individual O2 sensors in an intake, or in a header. It's really tripping over my words today. Sorry, guys. And you know, so they have the ability to actually measure that thing. So I don't know. Use that information as you. All right, let's check on the comments real quick. Then we're gonna chop up some more expensive, shiny stuff. How is it going? It's going great. How about for you? Do you have plan for the exhaust? I actually talked about that earlier. So we've been working on that for the past 2 days. So okay. All right. So a VK56 question. What ECU will you use with the VK56? I'm not sure yet. I don't know. Remind me about that later, and we can talk about the VK56 more in detail as to what I plan to do for that. All right, got one slot. Need my earplugs. Cut, chop, rebuild. Love it. Don't ever change. There you go. Taking brand new stuff and chopping it in half. Right here on the Nivlac 57 YouTube channel. If you've never taken a brand new billet part that you just got, chopped it in half, just not living. All right, making progress. That is hot. It's gonna be another one of those days, guys. Hey, bud, you may want to mute your mic when you're using the cutoff wheel. All right, I can turn it down a little. How about that? A little quieter. Or I could just mute it. I'll just mute it. That's fine. All right, we're back. You said it was too loud, so I turned it off. Let's go, day 5, pet cuts, let's go. Hey. No more pie cuts. I'm done. I can't do it anymore, guys. I can't do it. I just can't do it anymore. Alright, we're going to do one more cut. I'm going to mute my microphone once more. I'm actually going to cut further than what I marked because we're going to end up shortening this plenum just a little bit to match up with the manifold. So, alright, going on mute. Alright, we got there. Cut that bit off. Then we can run this through. Alright, loud noises. Alright, we got there. I'm going to run the sanding disc over it, just clean the burrs off of it. And then we can mock it up. Alright. Got the burrs cleaned up off of it. Yeah, people spend so much time chasing more power and more tire that actual efficiency fell by the wayside. Yeah, that's what we try to chase on this channel. Go for the efficiency. Alright, so let's get this mocked up on the Plenum, or the runners. What am I talking about? What you talking about? So I'm probably going to end up grinding a bit of a V groove into this, just so I can really weld the root of the weld and get a lot of good penetration and all that. But what you got? All right. I dig it. I dig it. Yep, and that's exactly what I intended to do. I left it a little long so that I could trim it to fit. So we'll use the... we're going to actually be able to tap it on. All right. Poison, GT35. All right, you guys are vibing in the chat. Yeah, we want more power. There you go. Now, it definitely gave a particular order that it recommended that you do stuff. And I'm going to end up taking a little more, I don't know, out of this area. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting somewhere. Now, it recommended that you do things in a particular order. I'm not really sure, because like it also recommends that you blend a certain area that I'm not going to be able to get to if I do it in their order. So I don't know. I'm just a dude who likes to weld. Sometimes, but sometimes not. Sometimes welding can be frustrating. I hate it. The ramblings of a madman. Okay. All right, relax. Okay. Just trim a little bit off right there. Okay, going on mute. Okay. So I think I'm going to weld the plenum completely together, and I'm going to make this weld the last one. because I think that would be the best way to do it. Because this one should have very minimal chance for it to... Alright, we'll finish trimming that up. So let's work on the plenum now. Let's set that there. Alright. Did you try aluminized steel for exhaust before? We've used it before. It does all right. I mean, you know, it's the nice thing about stainless is its ability to it doesn't absorb the heat from the exhaust as much. So like on my Studebaker, I did an all stainless set of 180-degree headers, and after driving it on the street for a long period of time on a hot summer day with the hood on, within like 10 minutes of getting back to the house, I could touch the exhaust. And you know, that's why I like stainless so much. It doesn't transfer heat into the material as much, so it doesn't end up in the car as much. And yeah, that's the thought there. So then if we do it that way, then we can get in there with the welder and weld the inside seam of the part that hooks the two plenums together. So all right, so I am going to grind a V-groove into this guy, and then we are going to weld the two plenum halves together. So yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. So I gotta mute my microphone first, or else you guys don't like that. So. All right. So let's weld this together. I'm gonna go get some pieces of wood because I'm gonna try not to scratch this thing up too bad, because I would like it to stay somewhat nice. Black 57 meets Linus Tech Tips with the drop. Yeah. Yeah, I like Linus. He seems like a cool guy. I watch a lot of his videos. Just, I'm always watching other niches, other niche, channels that are on different subjects than maybe just cars, because I'm always trying to get ideas of, like, is there stuff from computers that we could apply to a car, or is there a way that they shot the video that maybe I could adapt? And so I watch Linus Tech Tips because I don't know how you get a whole lot better than the way that those guys put out videos and how well shot they are and that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm a fan of the WAN show. Yeah, yeah, I tune in from time to time. Yeah, cool guys. At this point, he's so much of a celebrity that I wouldn't even want to waste his time. It would be cool to meet him, but I wouldn't even want to, like, that guy. He probably has so many people vying for his attention that I would not want to bother him, but it would be really cool to shake his hand someday. That guy, the whole story of how his channel, it's funny because, like, I talked about like how I want the channel to grow, and Linus Tech Tips is who I was thinking of when I was talking about that. Like, I'm okay if we grow at a slightly slower rate, just like Linus Tech Tips did. They grew slow and steady, and that's kind of the model that I would like to adapt. I don't want to have some flash in the pan, like, sensational thing that, like, like, oh my gosh, like, can you believe that you can run your car on spaghetti? Like, ha ha ha, or something. I don't know. It becomes unsustainable. It's like, oh, I'm gonna do this video format for literally one video, and then that video gets a ton of views, but it's not something that's sustainable. I don't know. I'm getting too far into the weeds, I think. Like, most of you guys probably don't give a crap. You're just like, oh, just make good videos. I don't care. Which, you have a point. You have a point. But at this point, I'm just talking to myself. Am I? Are you guys actually saying that? Let's go look. Jim's Machine Shop collaboration, grow this channel, diode gone wild is cool as well. Okay. Again, I'm gonna have to check out Jim's Machine Shop. I'm not familiar with them. Sorry. Zip Tie Garage. Is this the one? Okay. Luke started a car channel recently. He did. Okay. I will have to check that out. That sounds really interesting because I know a few of those guys are car guys. I didn't know that Luke was. That's actually kind of surprising. He seems more of a techie type, not really a car guy. That's kind of cool, actually. All right, so we're gonna have to switch back over to the other welder, and this is where things might get interesting as far as the stream goes. I did isolate the power on the switcher that I'm using to try to make it so that the stream doesn't cut out when I am welding. But that is no guarantee. We don't know if that's going to actually work. I hope that it does, but if you guys haven't been tuning in for all the streams, when I weld, the stream cuts out sometimes, so trying my best here, guys, trying to improve every day and trying to make it as high quality as I can. I still need that. Actually, I need to unhook this line. I should close the bottle, because I need to hook the gas line up to the other welder. I need a backer. I need another wrench. Another wrench. Actually, see if I can get this one. There we go. We got it. We got it. We got it, guys. So hopefully the stream doesn't constantly cut out when I'm welding, because that is annoying for me and for you. How we doing? Alright, we're talking about diesel engines. Cool. Sounds like fun. I always love when you guys are off chatting about whatever in the comments. Good for you. It's fun to see people who are passionate about their engine platform of choice in the comments. I'm going to switch back to my other torch as well, because I don't need to use so much gas, especially for aluminum welding. Aluminum, you can get away with pretty minimal shielding, and it's nice to go back to a torch with a smaller cup, because you don't need to crank the gas flow quite as much. So yeah, that is the idea there. The idea, I should say idea, like the New Yorkers. New Yorkers. That's the idea there. Alright. And then I gotta transition my foot pedal to the other welder. Wish I had like that one video that Steve Morris put out where that like professional welder had that big switch on his wall, and he could literally, same controls, same gas, everything would switch from welder to welder with the big switch on the wall. I need one of them. Nah, I'm not that professional. That seems real expensive. Okay. Let's adjust our gas flow. Chill that out a little bit. All right. Let's hit it. Put our ground strap on the manifold itself. All right, so we're going to tack it a whole bunch of places first. And then nice. Nice. Ha! It's still cutting out. Still cutting out. Sorry, guys. Ah, this is so annoying. All right, once we get more into the heavy welding, I won't have to do as much starting and stopping, so hopefully that keeps the stream up for longer. But I do apologize. Tried a lot of stuff to try and make it better, and so far it's a swing and a miss, swing and a miss. All right, so we just need to get ourselves a clamp. Yep, I tried. Sorry, guys. Yeah, my welding's so amazing that it creates a rainbow on the screen. Yes. The stream just can't handle this excellence. It just can't handle it. They have to cut it out. It's not safe. It's not safe to be released into the world. Must be kept secret, so no one can find out. No one can find out. All right. I dig it. I dig it. I will say, probably shouldn't say this. I feel like I'm a lot better at welding aluminum than I am at welding steel, especially stainless. So, I don't know. You guys can be the judge. It's so much easier to get a consistent weld. Like, I used to hate aluminum welding, but now I find it easier because it's so much easier to get a consistent weld. Because it's so much bigger. That's the key. It's like so much easier to see what you're doing because it's gigantic compared to stainless where you're trying to focus on the pinpoint of a needle. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. All right, here we go. Here we go. Ready for the stream to cut out 1,000 times? So am I. So am I. All right, we got slightly misaligned there, but we're gonna send it. You guys silly? Still gonna send it. Still gonna send it. Oh, I should put a piece in there. Put a piece in there. Should have a chunk of wood in there, so I don't scratch the crap out of it. Yes, 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 sir. Yes, sir, indeed. Hurt. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, now I just put this giant piece of metal in my way. Hooray! Whew, that was a long weld. That was a long weld. Dip the tip. Of course. It was going so well. It was going so well. All right. All right. That's all right. It's so frustrating when you got a really good bead weld. You got a really good bead going. And then, dad's like, oh, I just need a tack. You don't have to weld the whole thing. Or in fact, don't weld the whole thing. And then it's like, well, I got such a good bead going. Like, I don't want to stop. Uh, Alright, hopefully the stream's not cutting out too bad. Oh, I'm sure it is. Sorry guys. Doing my best. Doing my best. That is hot. Just in case you were wondering, this is indeed very hot. Ow. That is hot. It's gonna become my catchphrase. Ow. That's hot. And you know the funny part? We're gonna end up cutting a lot of this out. Oops. Oh well. Just make it easier to cut, I guess. I don't know. Not really. But, you know, we can pretend. Right. I'm also going to weld the inside of this because I can. Because you might as well. You have access. You might as well. No, we're probably going to cut off. Nice. Very nice. All right. Flip it over. Flip it over. That's hot. That isn't hot. Hot, hot, hot. Catchphrase for the week. That's hot. Why do you keep grabbing it, Calvin? Why don't you just let it go? Why do you keep grabbing it while it's hot? Because I'm impatient. Right, guys? Ow! Oh. Alright, we're going to let this cool off a little because my welder's starting to get pretty warm. And we do have to let it cool off because it will hit a trip if I run it too hot. So let's hop over and see what you guys are saying. How bad is it? All right. Yep. Oh, ow, that's hot. Copyright. There you go. There you go. It's the arc and AC near constant arc. So more of this. All right. I do not understand. I do not recommend messing with any biodiesel stuff because it's typically problematic with sludge. Okay. Good to know. Just watching the work. Yeah. Fun, fun, fun. All right, so we're going to give it a good 10 minutes or so to chill out a little bit. I'm going to shut my welder off. Well, no, I'm going to leave the fan running. It did warp a little bit, but we'll clamp it back together and get it straightened out once we go to final weld it. You know, you're always going to get a little bit of warping. My high school shop teacher always said, "Sharp things cut you, hot things burn you." Those are words to live by. Apparently, I'm not very good at listening to them. Yeah, no. All right. Question: are you still planning on using the secondary air injection system, electric air pump? Well, yes. To the first question, electric air pump. I'm not sure yet. I don't think the electric air pump is going to be able to create enough pressure to overcome the exhaust back pressure. So, yeah. You cooked the audio feed. Okay. Is the audio messed up? camera and mic is not working when you weld. It's cutting out. Yep, I'm aware. I tried to. It's been a problem these past couple days. Unfortunately, we got to do quite a bit of welding. So hopefully it's working well now, though. No, I'm not turning it off while I weld. That's the interference from uh, the stream is being interrupted when I weld. So did you finish the turbo manifold? I joined late today. No, it's not done, but it's a lot closer. I still have one more primary to do, and then I got to weld it all together, and then we got to do the wastegate. But I'm probably going to do that off stream just because it's becoming quite the process. Calvin, you got something here on this channel is awesome. Keep the tech explaining videos, and also they are awesome. You explain well. Well, thanks. Trying my hardest here, guys. So let's appreciate the feedback. So he's talking and the audio is gone. I think something got smoked. Came back after the welding. How's progress? We're letting it cool off at the moment. Yeah, you should be good. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. You guys can hear me. Yeah, the welding. I think it's the high frequency start, or maybe it's the AC itself is causing an interference in the stream. I thought it was my switcher. So I thought it was the switcher that was the problem. So I isolated the power on that to a completely different power source, but yeah, it didn't work. So collaborations with other YouTubers grow this. Yeah, we got to find the right YouTubers to collaborate with. I'm definitely, if you guys have seen, I sort of dig the welding interference. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely open to collaborate with other YouTubers. I'm not trying to sound like I'm some sort of like anti-social person, but having the right collaboration obviously can go a long way. Tony Angelo's in our area. I would love to collaborate with him. But you got to find something that's mutually beneficial. I have to provide some value to them as well. It can't be a one-sided relationship, so I can't just go in and expect them to just be like, hey, promote my channel. Like, it's, yeah. I had tried to help you set up a collab with Stay Tuned, Tony Angelo, but he didn't take the hook. Yeah, I mean, we see him from time to time at the races that we go to. So, we've been trying to, like, kind of nudge a little, but I don't want to be too forceful and come across like a weirdo, so. If we're shooting the crap, then you still hella look like Timmy from the TV show Whitest Kids You Know. But seriously, love the online content here. I've seen that comment from time to time. Okay, I don't think I do, but I mean, maybe you guys disagree. But I mean, I guess that's not the worst thing ever. It's, whatever, I'll take it. It's fine. They are really funny though. Mentioning Linus Tech Tips, I'm a big fan of their scribe driver and screwdriver. Okay. Yeah, okay, I haven't actually tried one before, but I've never really been a fan of like ratcheting screwdrivers. I just never really felt like I would like that. But maybe I should try one. I saw a VR6 in a Fiero, and that is the largest And that is larger than the 3500 Atlas. Okay, cool. It's a lot quieter than before. Okay. Let me... no, I think it's about the same. I'm looking at my audio levels on the screen. I think it's about the same. You may have turned your volume down. Tony, stay tuned. Just bought a 4200. I am aware. I've been hoping that he would reach out. Well, they last about 6 hours, so okay. All right. That's when Richard Holdner offered up his 4200 and Tony to put in his Tri-5. Okay. Yeah, yeah, Richard has offered his 4200 stuff to us. He's like, "Oh, I should ship it out to you so you can put it in a car." And I was like, "Okay, sounds good to me. Uh, Whenever you want to do it, I'm all for it." But that hasn't materialized, so. Did you see that dude in blue did a video on a Trailblazer? I did see that. Yeah, those are actually the turbo that is on that Trailblazer used to be on one of our cars. Okay, I see that it must have been a later model. I got my stupid cursor in the way. VR6 engine, so that big. Okay, cool. Nate says Tony Nivlak collab needs to happen. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, I'm down. Robbie Layton would be a collaboration that will grow your channel. Do you want us to go bug Robbie and do a video with you? Find him a old crash up derby car. I'm not familiar with Robbie Layton. I'll have to check him out. I mean, you can bug him, sure. Stay Tuned's latest video did have them picking up a 4200 amongst other things at the junkyard. Maybe the time is coming. Yeah, I've seen the video. Yep. Yeah. Well, we actually I wonder if he'll be at the race for the house, because he normally comes to the race for the house, which is at Maple Grove every year. So I may have to go bug him there. 12 valve is the same size as most 4-cylinders. Okay, you're talking about, I believe you're talking about VR6 maybe? Cletus is okay, but he is just big money. You need to not change, but grow this channel. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm gonna try to stay consistent. I mean, it's I'm always gonna be a low buck guy, I think. But you know, when you start making a little more income off the stuff, there is that temptation to like build cooler stuff, and you know, I think Cletus has definitely started to do that. I mean, a $500,000 race car is not super relatable to people, but it's really cool. Chances you'll have the 5 ready to take to the Nationals. I assume you're talking about the no-name Nationals. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to make that. Oh boy, here we go. Okay. Nate's making memes about me. Dropping stuff. Dropping stuff. I'm a meme, guys. Look, Mom, I'm a meme. I hope I did not. Okay. All right. Cool. um, he is funny. He's very funny. He should make a YouTube channel. Everybody bully Nate into make it. I mean, you could go follow the Sarton brothers, but he should make more YouTube videos. Let's bully him. Come on, guys. Can you do anything with a 6-valve 92 Detroit diesel supercharger? And also the big turbos that are on them. Okay, I'm not familiar with that particular supercharger, but I'm familiar with like the 8 what is it? 871, like an 871 supercharger. Is it similar to that? Because I've always wanted to do one of those root style superchargers. They just sound so cool. Atlas Nationals. I want to run my i5 Miata with you. Well, the Atlas Nationals already happened. So, I mean, if you're saying I'll have it ready for next year, sure. Yeah, I think we can hit that. I'm only a few hours away. I'll give you my LSA blower if you want to help me 4200 swap something. I there's some guys doing some cool stuff with the LSA blowers, but I mean it depends what kind of help you're looking for. If someone gives you a high dollar part, use it, of course, but keep it budget friendly, thinking outside the box. We love that stuff. Well, yeah, I love that stuff too. Like I don't I I think it doesn't matter how big we get, we're still going to be messing with low budget, wild hair ideas that I'm always going to be trying to come up with ideas that nobody's ever thought of, and I just like engineering things, so I think there's no chance of that happening, but you know. Calvin, I've been looking into a Ford Fairmont. How have you liked the 4200 in it so far? Well, I I liked it better when it was a little more mild, but we got it to the point on, I don't know, there's this whole series of crap that has gone into this car that, so I guess I'll get into it. All right. So this is the stream. You get to hear some uh, back, behind the scenes stuff that goes on. So you probably won't hear it anywhere else. Basically, I had a turbo manufacturer that I was kind of having issues with. Um, they wanted to blame the reason that their turbo wasn't performing on anything but their turbo. And they suggested that I upgrade my intercooler. And so I did. And that required me to re-engineer the entire front of the car to do that. And the thing still struggled to make horsepower. And frankly, the intercooler that is in this thing is way overkill. We are running the intercooler that I used to have on this car is the same size intercooler as what is on my dad's yellow 2010 Camaro. And it is making way more horsepower than this car ever has. And yeah, so I fought with them quite a bit. And yeah, so we ended up putting that larger intercooler on it. It's made it impossible to work on this thing. It's not impossible. It's a total pain. So I liked it better when it was a little more mild. But now that it has so much cooling in the front of this thing, which never is a bad thing. I will say that. It's never a bad thing to have too much intercooler, unless you're like really weight conscious. it was a lot easier to work on, and so I think it's overall the improvements are better. It's just total pain to work on, which is why we're going to the 5-cylinder. Ba, 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 ba. Adapt the Hellcat blower to the 5-cylinder. It would be awesome to see the power adders results like you did with the LS. That would be hard because you have a supercharger that's designed to direct air into 2 banks that you're trying to direct into 1 bank. I mean, it would be like that. So probably not. Probably not. Probably not on that one. I'm in Wixom, Michigan. If anyone wants an extra hand, there you go. I think a Fiero would be a good platform for you to do some crazy L67K swap, North Star. Yeah, that would be neat. I've always thought those things were neat, and they're pretty affordable. Maybe someday. I don't know if a 6V92 is like the well-known ones, but I might be able to send you a free one as long as you know you will use it. Okay. Send me an email. Saginaw, but too broke for this project. Okay. He's probably talking to somebody else. Have you considered reaching out to True North turbos? They seem to be really well tested. Canada built, not out of the realm of affordability, but not max speeding rods. Okay. I have talked to the owner of True North Turbo quite a few times. I've been waiting for him to commit on sending me a turbo. Um, I this is another little inside baseball. Like, I have other turbo manufacturers that are willing to sponsor us turbos. He's not willing to, so I feel like Bullseye, in particular, Bullseye Turbo, we're working with them. Um, again, it's not a free turbo. I have to, do a good job of showing why their turbo is better than all the other options. But I'd rather work with somebody who's willing to work with the channel and help us grow. Turbos are expensive, and any help I can get anywhere helps us to make the money go further. And so I have talked to him. He just isn't willing to work with us. So I was originally planning on swapping in a North Star in my vet. In fact, I bought Calvin's extra adapter. Oh, okay, yeah. I remember you. Yep. That'll be an interesting project. I've been waiting on the medicine shop. Unforeseen benefit. Here's, yep, there you go. See? Because the turbo manufacturer didn't make a good product. Now you get a 5-cylinder. Congratulations. We put a 318 in an old Fairmont, beat the brakes off the back, and put the rims on backwards. Then for our rented house backyard crash up derby, when I was 18, had male Jeep, Toyota Pinto, many more. Very cool. That sounds like fun. But since you like Max controllers, a 3500 paired with a DSG. I mean, I do have a 7-speed dual clutch transmission that's been sitting in my basement. I don't know. Maybe. Bullseye Power. Back when they first started, they were budget friendly. Yeah, I mean, you get what you pay for. I mean, they are the only truly American-made turbo. Everybody else has all their junk made in China pretty much. The only part that they can't get is the turbines themselves. You know, it's the only American-made turbo. So, but I've been seriously impressed with the 8088 that is on the Sunbird. That thing is one of the most efficient turbos, and that's not even like their best compressor wheel. That thing is one of the most efficient turbos we've ever run. Um, so I'm seriously impressed with it. You know, turbo manufacturers, they all use the same turbines. They might modify them slightly. But they're all based on like super old designs. Garrett is pretty much the only one that does like true in-house development of turbines because they're extremely expensive to develop. Garrett and Borg Warner as well. So, you know, everybody's competing on the cold side, you know, trying to make a better compressor to make the turbine's job easier because the turbine drives the compressor. And if you can make it so that the compressor can do its job and require less energy, then you got yourself a better turbo. And I gotta say, I'm very impressed with the the bullseye stuff. Nate says to stop bullying him. If Calvin builds a drift car, I'll do YouTube again. NA 4200 AR5 Fox Mustang. We'll see about that. We'll see about that, Nate. All right, let's go check on our part. Should be cool by now, but of course I'm going to pick it up while it's flaming hot, of course. You know, just cuz. Nah, it's pretty cold. Nice. All right, check it out, guys. Check it out. So this is the top. All right, so I still have a little bit to weld on the inside, but let's see how we're doing on the as far as mocking it up on the runners. Yeah, it did warp a little, but all right, so we just gotta tweak it a little. To take the warp out of it. All right. Yeah, we can clamp that. That's within clamping distance. So all right. We can make that work. I have to spread it apart a little and then clamp it back. But we can work with that. All right. Sick. I dig it. I dig it. All right. So now let's work on the slot for the dual plenum. So the instructions are very, very clear about how this slot should be. Admit it would be cool. It would be cool. It would be cool. Remember, hot things burn you. Yep. Yeah. All right. So I guess we should mock it up on the car again and figure out if we're going up or down with the plenum, because that's important. Probably going to go down with it. That's what I'm thinking. All right. Let me see if I can get a better camera angle for you guys. You can almost kind of see it. All right. I like it. I like it. Simple. Easy. Breezy. Beautiful. Yep. I think we're probably going to go down with it. Probably because it's going to have hood clearance issues if I don't. Yeah, we're going to go down with it. This casting here in the block cause issues. Let me offset it slightly. Yeah, we're going to offset it ever so slightly. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Okay. So we can leave the runners on the car. Blah. Alright, I'm making that's what she said jokes. Believe in Yourself says, thanks for the stream. I'm off to mod on a friend's channel. Bye, y'all. Alright, see ya. Thanks for tuning in. If you did a Firo, it would probably be the best to do a North Star using the whole front end of a DTS with a 4T80. Yeah, that could be cool. I mean, you know, that might be a good way to do the 4T80E development that I would like to do. You know, because I feel like the 4T80 is the answer to the front wheel drive guys. But at the same time, I don't want to do another another high horsepower front wheel drive car, because that was sketchy. So, you know, that would be a good way to do my 4T80 stuff, and I'd be able to sell it to my dad a lot better, because, you know, it's nice when you have two people pulling in one direction rather than one person. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, so this is going to be the front, and then we're going to go down. So the instructions are very, very clear about what this should look like. So I'm going to go back to the other camera because it's a better quality and it's easier for me to point at stuff. Okay, so the instructions are super duper clear. Wow. All right, where's chat? There's chat. About what this slot should look like. There you go. We got there. So the slot should be towards the back of the plenum. It should be narrow, and it should widen towards the front. So we are going to attempt to duplicate that, and we're going to take the plenum here. I'm going to move it ever so slightly out a bit just to clear some stuff on the engine. So that is the goal. I'm curious about your air injection setup. Will it require a high pressure tank and a compressor, possibly both in the trunk? Possibly. That's one of the options I am looking at. I never watched this channel before. Saw the announcement video for this project in my feed. When you said you were building it live, I clicked right over. Well, thanks for tuning in. All right, most common Fiero swaps are 3800, Northstar LS4, and small block Chevy. Okay. It would be cool to do a K series though. That's another hard sell for my dad. He likes domestic engines, which I can understand. Oh, I forgot my. Highly modded engine with boost added. Of course, of course. Everything's better with boost. All right. Cool. Let's do it. Let's do it. There I go again. Right. So 1-inch slot opening at the front. So I'm thinking something about like that. Which just needs squished, but we'll deal with that later. Okay, so we have to account for the wall thickness. So what is the wall thickness? Borg-Warner or Garrett turbine in the Bullseye turbos. Yeah, they just use a Borg-Warner turbo, at least for the two that we have. Okay, it's like 116 wall. I really want to build an E36 drift car and run a turbo iteration of each Atlas engine to see what it feels and performs best. I think that these are great engines. Ignore too much. Yeah, that would be cool. If he likes domestics, considering a 4-cylinder at some point is in the future. You should check out the 525 wheel horsepower build. It's a 1.8 liter Ecotec that's found in the Cruise and Sonic. We've yet to find the limit. Okay, that sounds cool. And Firebirds are cool also. Okay. So we need to go 1 1/8 on the front. And this piece that they supplied is like 15/16. Okay. All right. All right. We can make that work. 15/16. So we need to make a line that tapers from 1 1/8 to 15/16. And that will be the size of the slot that we cut out. Even though it says it should be 1/2 inch. Maybe this needs squished a little. Squish. Because technically this should be 3/4. Okay. Yep, now it's 3/4. All right, so 1 1/8 to 1 1/8 to inch 1 1/4 to 3/4. There we go. 1 1/4 to 3/4. Hello, chat. Hello. Yep. All right, cool. So we're going slightly offset to the outside. Put it like right here. Three-eighths of an inch. So there. Now I'm going to have it slightly. So this will be towards the outside a bit. All right, that's what we're going with right there. Maybe I should have this a little further back. Because we should go probably a little further back. Okay. All right. So let's just make sure it doesn't have anything in there about the... No, it doesn't. Yeah. Okay. Go with it. We're going with it. Then we have our yardstick. Yardstick or meter stick? Yardstick? Meter stick? They use the metric system over in Finland? Leave a comment. You know, there's this funny thing. There's countries that use the metric system, and there's countries that have been to the moon. So, just saying. Just saying. I do find it funny watching the Bad Obsession Motorsports guy. I love when they do the little bits where they make fun of the English system of measurements. It's always funny. I'm coming up with 18 rabbit's feet, 45 duck bills. Need a ground on the cam. Grind on the cam, okay. Wagons to the front. What kind of engineer are you, sir? I'm an electrical engineer. Okay, so then we gotta put this feature. Where'd my marker go? There it is. Put this little doodad on the back. So okay. All right. We're going with it. Overbuilt Automotive. Hey, how's it going, Overbuilt? All right. Okay. All right, so I'm going to turn my microphone off for when I do the cutting so that you guys don't get your ears blown out. So if it gets quiet, that's fine. All right. Got our cuts made. All right. All right. I got one more cut to do. All right. Cool. Cool. Hello. Dad's home. All right. Getting there. Yeah. I gotta clean it up a little and then start welding the dual plenum. What?
It's interesting. Why?
Because I needed to shorten it up. Need to bring this in. Oh, there. It's too long.
Okay.
Yeah, I will. I'm just leaving this here for structure.
Sure.
Yep.
I'll send it to you.
Okay. Calvin, you are the go-to for the Atlas 4, 5, and 6 engines. You should buy as many of these engines you can, build them up between 400 horsepower and 800 horsepower, then sell them with your signature. Yeah, I don't really. And I respect people like Steve Morris and that kind of, those kind of people a lot. I don't know if I would want to get into engine sales. It's just, I see some of the drama that they have to deal with where somebody will neglect their engine and blame it on him. And I don't think I want any part of that. It's easy to uh it's easy to like, have a customer that, oh yeah, don't worry, if something happens, I get it, stuff happens, but like, you're going to have that customer that tells you stuff like that, and then they're going to completely abuse the thing and then flame you on the internet. And it's just, I just, it's more stress than I need in my life. All right, let's get this thing welded up. So first I got to clean up the surface, get the burrs off of it. All right. Yep, Calvin, I so agree with so many crazies out there. Yeah, I mean it's a shame. Anyone ever thought about doing a four-wheel drive buggy using a front-wheel drive motor mounted? I've thought about that. I've like as dumb as it sounds, I've thought about that. I mean, it's not dumb, but yeah, I've thought about that. Why not do a transverse transmission? You know, you'd have to flip the diff over, I think, for the front, kind of like what Rob Dahm is doing in his four-rotor RX-7. You'd have to flip over the differential in the on the one side, on the one end, in order to get it to make the wheels go in the right directions. Okay. It isn't quite formed. I'd like it to stick down into the plenum just a touch so that it is easier to weld. So I'm gonna have to really squeeze on it. But we want it to go in a tapered pattern, kind of like that. I'm getting there, getting there. Yeah, how about that? Starting to get the tapered shape that we're after. Just gotta squeeze it with the vise. Squeeze it. In fact, I think that's it. So, yeah, it is gonna be about. Yeah, that's about right. Okay, so now we need to squeeze this a touch. What's the problem? I overlooked Calvin. What's I mean, first off, you need to send the you need a limited slip differential that can distribute. You could either weld the diff, or you know, you have to send power both ways. Speaking of that, I got one thing that blew. Okay. I think you guys are discussing stuff in the chat. So I'm going to let you guys go at it. So just need to get this thing squeezed down in here. Then, but we don't want it to go all the way in. We want it to just go part of the way in, so that we have somewhere to put our weld. It looks pretty dang good. I am very happy with that. That looks fantastic. So I will weld it outside and inside, since I have left access for myself. That is one of the reasons that we are doing it in this order, because the instructions, maybe I just didn't read them well enough, but I wanted to make it so that I could get in there and weld that seam from the inside, because it recommended that you round it over, but I figure a weld bead is round enough for me. So, all right, so hopefully the stream doesn't get too wonked out again, but unfortunately I have done my level best. So let's get to welding. Right. And this is such a cool piece. Really excited about this, guys. This is so freaking cool. Freaking cool, man. Freaking heckin' super duper califragilistic, man. All right. That scared the crap out of me. So my tack broke. I hope you guys saw that, because it scared the crap out of me. I hope the stream wasn't cut out for that. Okay, so it warped while I was trying to tack it, and it just popped out of. Yep. If you guys didn't think I looked like an idiot before, now you know. Oh boy. All right. Let's try that again. Try it again. I had a feeling that might happen. You're like really focused on something really small, and then it just, you hear a loud pop. Ugh. Yeah. All right, Nate, come on, clip it. Send me a meme. I already know you're gonna do it. Uh, nah, it's cool. It's cool. All right. So let's try it again. Try it again. Try it again. Except let's not get so greedy. See, I had a good bead starting, and I wanted to go into a weld, but we're not ready for that, guys. We're not ready. Just like that. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Yep, 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 yep. Maybe I should tack the one side and then squeeze it in after it's tacked. You know, just kind of flex the tack a little. Boy. Oh, boy. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. All right. Okay. Maybe we should tack it from the inside. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. All right. Cool. I think we got it tacked this time without it. Oh, boy. That's why I said you should make some copper wire, build a Faraday cage. Yeah, I hear ya. Yeah, it's the video switcher that's the problem, and yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, I tried to isolate the power for the switcher because some of you guys suggested that, and clearly it is not working. So, sorry about that, guys. I've tried my best. It's a little hard to diagnose and fix these kinds of things when you're live on the internet. So, sorry about that. Now, I am going to weld this up. Right after I drop it on the floor 15 times. Huh? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, go ahead, Nate. Make a whole compilation of me dropping this thing. Let's see it. All right. Also going to finish up welding the inside of the plenum, the front bit, because I hadn't finished that. That's hot, by the way, in case you were wondering. All right. Cool. Let's cool off. Let's let this cool off a little bit because it's hot. Cool. Yeah, it's bugging out, huh? Yep. High frequency noise. Are we back? Oh, is that camera straight up? Oh yeah, that camera's shot, huh? Huh. Like that. Funny. Let's see if we can fix it. Yeah. So it is the camera. Huh. There we go. So it is the camera. Huh. Well, how about that? So should I isolate the power source of the camera? I could do that. Yeah, let's give it a shot. All right, all right, all right. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. All right, all right, all right, all right. I can do that. I can do that. It's a wired camera. Okay. Alright, so since the switcher definitely wasn't the problem, let's do this. Alright, we're back. Okay. So now, I'm going to try and isolate the power source of the camera. I think it's the camera itself. So, let's see what happens. Doink, doink. Alright, let's try it. Maybe that's the problem. Huh. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try it. I mean, maybe it's the, yeah, it could be that. I don't know. Maybe I do need to shield the wire. But I can at least, that's still hot. It's still hot. Okay. All right. All right. We're figuring this out. We're figuring this out. So let's let that cool off. Let's go chat. Chat with chat. All this modern low voltage stuff is uber sensitive. Yeah, how about that? How about that? All right. Ouch. That's hot. Drink. Wrap it in tin foil. Yeah, I might have to. Glad I'm not the only one that turns my garage floor into a mass storage area for every part and tool I've ever used. I've used in the last 2 weeks. Loving this. Yeah, yeah. A lot of projects. Hard to. Hell yeah. Twisted tea time. Hell yeah. Anyone ever have a 12 volt 800 amp or so step down transformer type power supply to crank motors even without a battery? Be handy. Okay, good to know. Put a magnet on the USB cable. Yeah, like a neodymium or something like that. Yeah, I might need to get one of them. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. I know my manual for my welder says to run an independent ground for the welder. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Well, it's going to, the camera is now being powered by a completely separate power system, so should be good. Yeah. I know what you're saying, Sean. Yep, neodymium or whatever. Yeah. I know what you're saying. Yeah, I'll have to see if I can get one of them. Put the gloves on before you pick the hot thing up. Right, guys? All right, what do you think? What do you think? Huh? 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 Yeah, so we still got to shorten this end up, but yeah, then we can weld our piece on there. But I mean, I mean, they said to bevel this edge down in here, but I just welded it, and I figure that's probably good enough bevel for me. So I'll take it. Good enough for who it's for. Looks A-OK / good. Appreciate it. Looks good. Thanks. Look in a transmission pan. Ah, that's a good idea. All right. If this doesn't work isolating the power source, then I might do that. Of course, the cord might not fit through that magnet. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what I can come up with. All right, so next we have to do the rest of the dual plenum. So I'm just gonna mark this out because I gotta trim this part a little bit. And then I will weld a flat piece in there. So I just gotta trim this out a little. So I'm gonna go on mute while I do that trimming. And we can get this the rest of the way welded together. I've got to do. All right, making progress. At some point, I'm gonna have to break for lunch. Because I'm starting to get kind of hungry. Out of sanding discs. Uh. Okay. Right. Nice. Alright, going on mute again. Okay. Need a little more trimmed out of there. Alright, back on mute. Alright. Cool. That should do. Man, that one needs more yet. Alright, back on mute. Okay. Making progress. Making progress. Very happy with how this is coming out. Definitely, this is a really nice kit, guys. If you want to make an intake manifold like this yourself, is Calvin watching chat, answering questions? I'm stepping back here and there. Leave a question if you have one. Yeah, if you guys are looking for a manifold setup to build like this, definitely check out the guys at MW Steel. This is a really nice kit. I am really happy with how this is coming out. So, yeah, it's I think they offer kits to do like a V8 as well. Not sure how exactly that would work, but I did see something on their website about that. Alright, need to bend this even more. Go just about flat with it. It's not a great way to hold this. I need to squish this down. All right, let's Yeah, that's M as in Mary, W Steel. MW Steel. Go check them out. It's a nice kit. Worth every penny. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Okay. You guys probably can't even see what I'm doing. But trying to flex this down into the slot. Mm-hmm. Is it just not big enough? No, it's got enough room. Alright, gotta get my fingers out of the way. My fingers. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Alright, squeeze it more. Squeeze it more. There we go. Of course, it pops out as soon as I try to adjust it. Alright, let's try filing this out a little. Alright. What kind of engineer are you schooled for? Electrical. Hope this engine can handle the power like the 4200. Their VA kits, probably twin manifold with pressure balance tubes linked between them. Probably, yeah. Protect your phalanges. Add intake manifold. Search term and it pops up. Yeah, let me link you guys to their website because it is a little hard to find. I think it's mwsteel. .eu. I'll link it right to the kit. There's a link. Yeah, Finland, big time rally guys, so. Okay, let's try it again. Try it again. What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, right? Forget who said that. Maybe I should take their advice. I think we just need to square that up. Try again, try again. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. These? There you go. Of course it pops out as soon as I almost have it in the location I want. Okay. All right. We got it. We got it. We got it. Nobody make any sudden moves. Don't make sudden moves. Okay. We got it. You only had to watch me struggle for 15 minutes. Now let's see if the stream cuts out as soon as I start to weld. Yep. That's it's about how today's going, right, guys? It's really, really funny. All right, all right. Squeeze it a little tighter. Okay. Uh-huh. I will get this. Might be tomorrow, but I'm going to get this. Okay. No sudden moves. And I know as soon as I adjust it, it's gonna. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Nobody move. Nobody move. Don't move. All right. Huh. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. Got it. I got it. I got it. Is it still cutting out? Yep. All right. All right. Still cutting out. So what if I go here, I go here, I go here, eh? Maybe? Maybe. I go here, I go here. A little blurry, blurry. Too far. Okay. So what if I use this camera and I unplug the other one? Other way, other way, other way. Okay. Go like this. Maybe? No? Right there. Right there. Alright. And focus. Okay, so I'm going to unplug the other one. Completely unplug it. Okay. See what happens. See what happens. Oh, come on. Dang it. Just as bad. All right. Sorry about all the interruptions, guys. I'm trying stuff, but it just doesn't seem to work on the stream, at least. But happy with how the manifold's coming out. So, does it cut out less with that camera, or is it the same? Doesn't help that he's dressed like yeah, you know. Russian shop vibes, like me. There you go. Yeah, don't throw anything away. It's every piece of every piece of metal on that bench there could be turned into something cool. Ah, yes, the end of the world news broadcast simulator screen. Yes, yes, sir. VHS vibes. I kind of dig it. I kind of dig it. Yeah, definitely EMI is less now that we are further away. Okay, so it is better. Okay. Yes, it cuts out slightly less. Okay, good to know. Way less. Almost stay on. Okay. All right. So I'm getting varied feedback. I'm gonna guess it's better, but uh, maybe I'm just being optimistic. So, should I pick up the hot thing with my hand and then exclaim that it's hot? I don't know. That's right. You're over there now. Ah, boy. All right, let's show you guys what I got. This thing came out pretty sweet. Sweet. Look at this. Look at this. Would you just look at it? I mean. Look at that. Look at that. Would you just look at it? Would you just look at it? But. Huh? 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 Hmm? That looks like a thumbnail picture right there. uh, uh, ow. That's hot. That's hot. That is hot. See, patience, guys. I should probably learn some of that. All right, let's let that cool off a little bit and hang out with you guys. uh, yeah. Still kind of hot. Intake looks like a Grummobile. This channel is small now, but I think it will blow up. He does a lot of cool stuff. It has natural God-given talent that being on video. Also his down-to-earth way of explaining complex things. Well, thanks. I appreciate that. Full-time YouTube now. I'm at work. A little jealous, rather be wrenching. No, I'm not full-time. I wish I was, but I'm not. Are people still drinking from the game yesterday? I think those people probably, yeah, they probably regretted that decision. I'll just say that. I don't know. Nate's still here, so yeah. It's still hot. It's still hot. I didn't say ow. Yep, not full time yet. We'll see. We'll see. Still have a ways to go before that works. Ow. That's hot. Uh, I'm happy with that. I think that came out pretty cool. It's only hot on this end. So. They're weak. I'm still drinking. There you go. There you go. We're getting there. We're getting there. What is your day job? Engineer of some type. Yeah, I'm an engineer. My wife watches also and understands when he explains things. Plus, I am as dumb as a box of rocks. Well, don't say that. And I need simpler explanations. Simple explanations. Well, I try. I mean, I'm not like some super genius. You know, you saw my brother. He's a super genius. He was here on. He was on here on Saturday, and he gave a whole presentation on like compressor efficiency and all that kind of stuff. He's way smarter than me. Just get your gloves. Just get your gloves on you mongoloid. Yeah. All right, fine. I'll put my gloves on. You're not my dad. There. There. Where did I put my gloves? Oh, there it is. Why didn't you guys tell me? They're right here. But it's still hot even with the gloves on. Wow, that's hard. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. Just wait until we get it welded to the runners. It'll be cool. Yeah. All right. So once we get this tacked on the runners, I could actually bring you guys over here. It's a little hard to show you when I have to hold it on the engine and hold it on the engine and hold the camera, but we're getting close to that point. So, yeah. Okay. Just came back to that part of the intake plenum that will tie back into the exhaust, like you mentioned in the other video. Is that part of the intake? No, that is the dual plenum. So the whole idea with the dual plenum is this is a plenum. I should probably center myself in the camera. So this right here, this is a plenum, and it feeds into another plenum via this slot here. You'll notice that that slot has a bit of a taper. It's wide at the front, tapers towards the rear, and it uses a principle of fluid dynamics, Bernoulli's principle, where basically it tapers towards the back. You know, with normal front feed intakes or any intake in general, I gave this explanation earlier. So if you guys have been here a while, I'm repeating myself. But basically, with normal intakes, you have the struggle of normally the direction of the airflow that is coming into the intake manifold. It will favor the cylinders that it's sort of heading towards. So if it's a center feed intake, it'll favor the center cylinders. If it's a forward feed intake, it'll favor the back cylinders. So, you know, with this intake manifold, it does a much better job of distributing the air to every cylinder equally. And that is the idea there. Protect your eyes and ears. Also, I am old now, and it sucks to be deaf from years of death metal. Losing sight sucks also. Yeah, I've been pretty careful uh, to try and always wear my safety glasses and have hearing protection. I hate going to bed with your ears ringing, so yeah. Uh, I'm pretty curious if the air being forced through that channel will emulate the RB sh intake sound we talked about that you like so much. Yeah, I'm curious too, because to me the best sounding engine is an RB26. It kind of, yesterday somebody asked if I had a money no object engine build, what would I do? I would want a super short stroke, really big bore inline six, and that isn't quite what the RB is. The RB is a little bit small bore for what I'm looking for. I would want something a little bigger, but the stroke, it's about what I would shoot for. So, the RB is just my favorite sounding engine. They just sound amazing. And the Audi 5 cylinders also sound really good as well. So, I have tinnitus. Yeah. So hopefully, yeah. Anyways, let me finish that thought before. Yeah. Hopefully this starts to get that Audi 5-cylinder sound too. I have tinnitus. It's annoying sometimes. 0 out of 10 would not recommend. I feel for you. My mom's starting to get tinnitus a little bit. It's doesn't seem like a fun experience. Can't remember if I asked you about this, but I just got into aluminum welding. Any tips on tacking up the thinner stuff like intercooler pipes? So fit up is definitely the most important part with getting a good tack. You can fill some gaps once you get started welding, but man, it's all just like seat time. Like it's you just have to like sit there and try a million things, and eventually, at least for me, that's how it was. Like there's some good welding YouTubers out there. Maybe you could get some tips and tricks from them, but for me, it took a while. I used to hate aluminum welding just because getting the tack was so hard. But like I don't know, I guess getting the fill rod in there sooner, sometimes that works. Kind of use the fill rod to take some of the heat, because you got to think about when you're welding something, you're trying to put heat into the metal, and what happens a lot of times is you'll be like on the edge of something, and you'll be trying to weld two edges together, but the material will start to melt and then it'll start to spread away. If you can get the fill rod in there and kind of just rest it there when you're trying to start your arc and kind of keep it there as like something to kind of take the heat a little bit, sometimes that works. You can kind of use the fill rod as like a heat sink. It's tough. It's just, now I can do all kinds of crazy stuff, but it's because I have so much time welding, just ridiculous amounts of time. You saw my welding bench, like every piece of wire on there was a full stick of wire at some point, and we've cleaned that welding bench off probably 15 times, and it's just as dirty as it is now. So, I have thousands and thousands and thousands of sticks of weld, and yeah, it's you just need to get the seat time, unfortunately. What do you think of two strokes? I don't know enough about them to make a comment. I mean, it, I I would think you would see a more high performance version of one if they, uh, you know, if they, you would see. I mean, there's two stroke diesels, I guess, but I don't know. There's got to be a reason why they're not more mainstream. I just don't know enough about them to really comment on them. uh, I would like to work with you on a project. I'd learn so much more. Well, yeah. Well, just have to keep watching the videos. uh, Calvin, you read a comment yesterday about deleting the balance shaft by removing the chain. Do you see any downside of doing it like that? You're still going to have a oil leak. So there's still going to be oil, there's going to be a certain amount of clearance between your balance shaft and the bearing, and you're going to have oil leakage because of that. Um, that was my main resistance to it. Let us be old farts and remind you to protect yourself. If it bugs you, you can make some adult diaper jokes. There you go. There you go. Nah, I don't mind it. It's fine. I mean, yeah, I don't know. The older I get, which, I know when I say the older I get, you guys are probably rolling your eyes. Uh, but the older I get, the more I realize that experience has so much value. So, you know. Okay, we'll avoid those one, Amber. Uh, hey, Team Hybrid, how's it going? Uh, all right. I think I jumped into this a bit late about aluminum welding. Do you clean each of your filler rods before use? I've found that it helps clean the rod, isopropyl alcohol before use. I don't. I I had a friend that recommended that I do that. I don't. I mean, yeah, you can see the little bits of speckles of dirt in the weld, and I just haven't really seen any improvement from that. Maybe I'm just lazy, but yeah, I don't. I do not. Yeah, just make sure you use non-chlorinated cleaner when you are cleaning your welding supplies or doing anything that is near a welder, because the chlorinated stuff will react with the argon and can give you emphysema if you breathe it in. So do not use the chlorinated stuff. Yeah, it'll say like on the thing, it'll say non-chlorinated or whatever. Like brake clean typically is like I don't even use brake clean. Brake clean is pretty typical to have that stuff, so you gotta be careful. Um, Hello from Deutschland, PA. Expat here, loving the Audi inspired American power plant build. Cool, welcome. Pennsylvania in the house. I jumped in. Okay, I already answered that one. Uh, from North Central Pennsylvania. And also have a running 4200 to remove for a future project. Cool. No brake clean. Yes, no brake clean. That's why he uses isopropyl. Yep. You gotta be careful. Gotta protect those lungs. All right. Hop over. Let me plug my camera back in so we can go back to the other camera. Okay. All right. So next, I think I'm going to weld the plenum to the runners because it's really starting to warp pretty good. So I think I'm going to do that next. And then I will finish the back of the plenum, because then it'll be kind of held in shape a little better. Now, it would be nice to clamp this to a head when we final weld it, so I will be doing that. But let's think about this. How do I'm gonna have to C-clamp it. Okay. So we're gonna clamp our runners into the vise. Okay. Calvin, could do some lost foam casting guy on. Okay. Yeah, the lost foam casting stuff. Yeah, I mean that's how they did the 4200 blocks is using lost foam casting. I've always thought about doing. I've always thought it would be neat to do like 3D printed lost resin, lost wax. You can 3D print in wax, and then you can use lost wax casting. I actually have some filament to do wax 3D printing in my house, just because I thought it would be neat to do that, but then I would have to like get a crucible and figure out how to cast stuff, and there's a lot that goes into that I would have to learn, and maybe we will try someday, but we have a lot of local foundries that we might explore first. Okay, I dig it. Now I just need to hold this in place, get a clamp around this, and then clamp it. Clamp it. Okay. All right. Huh? Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Uh-huh. I wish this was easier to show for you guys, but it is not. So we have to think we're gonna tack it and then. Okay, let's tack it. We're gonna do it. Uh-huh. Yep. Okay. Man. Let's just make this look extremely difficult. Some way to hold this. Yep. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ooh, that might work. Okay. Nobody move. Nobody move. Nobody move. Nobody move. And why do I gotta tweak it? Why am I? All right. Nobody move. Nobody move. Don't move. Ugh. All right, ready for the camera to cut out? Here, let me switch to the other one since you guys said it was slightly better. Oh. Hello, friend. Is this a dual plenum intake fab? Yes, it is. When a problem comes along, you must clamp it. Da, da, da. There you go. Okay. All right. Don't move. Woo! That little pop scared me. All right. All right. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Mm. Okay. Get the rubber mallet. When in doubt, hit it with a hammer. We don't need no stinking clamps. Hit it with a hammer. Ooh, 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 ooh. 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 Right there. Right there. Uh-huh. All right. Tack weld that part. Don't. Don't move. Don't move. Then we'll tack more stuff. Okay. Uh-huh. Yep. Okay, snap the weld. That's fine. You know what? Clamp was a bad idea anyways. Whose idea was that? Whose idea was that anyways? Eh. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Oh, it's on the floor, you idiot. Yeah, big dummy. I bet that sounds fantastic on the mic. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Hell yeah, brother. Can I get a hell yeah, brother? All right. This is coming out really good. Now I just need to clamp it. Now we can clamp it. See, I too early. As they say in Fast and Furious, the original movie, if you hit the nitrous too early, which is by far the best time to be using nitrous, you'll lose the race. If you lose your race, you lose your ride. That's another show that is not Fast and Furious. Ooh, 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 ooh. Lose your race. Lose your ride. Okay, let's weld it. All right. That looks amazing. That looks incredible. I am so happy with that. All right. Man, that looks great. That is so sick. Okay. I'm looking. I just realized I'm looking at the wrong camera when I'm talking. I'm talking to that camera. You guys are over there. You guys think I'm insane, don't you? Oh boy. All right. Eh? 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 I mean, danger to manifold. Uh-huh. I mean, all right. I'm gonna get you guys in close here. This looks sick. This is so cool. Lose your race. Lose your ride. There you go. Okay. All right. Does that not look sick? I mean, I think that is like the coolest intake ever. If I do say so myself. Alright, so throttle body is already down here because we had a center feed intake manifold on it before. But it should be pretty easy to rework our charge pipes, bring it in off of here. I might need to get a 90-degree coupler to go from 4 to 3.5. So I will have to work on that. But I think that's pretty sick. This still has to get cut off and shortened a bit. So that's still mock-up. Yeah, that thing's sick. Alright, Dad's back. He can look at it. What do you think?
Oh, that's cool.
Only in certain parts. I was just welding the plenum to the probably dissipated pretty quick. Yeah. I think it's 3-inch, and my throttle body is a 80 millimeter, I think, so should be all right. All right. Yeah. Gonna use a Motec system exhaust. I'm not familiar with that. Or are you talking about the ECU? Yeah, it gives kind of a retro vibe. There you go. Calvin out here prototyping parts. And the time it takes for me to decide to even step into the garage. Well, you know, you gotta do what you can do. You know, the fact is that you're getting out into the garage, and that's a lot more than a lot of people can say. Which one? I will. Yeah, I just wanted to get it tacked, and it. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Go check these guys out. I'm gonna post their link in the comments again because this is a really nice kit, guys. You should definitely go support them. They're out of Finland. Really nice stuff. All right, let's switch back over to the main camera. I'm gonna post a link to their stuff in the chat. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. So now it's a GTO, but GM Crico parts. There you go. All right. I am super happy with that. So now we're gonna pull it back off of the engine, and man, makes me want to put the turbo manifold on and get a real view of this thing. Maybe we'll do that before the end of the stream. We'll get everything mocked up in the engine bay, and then we'll show it to you guys. I'm excited that you are doing this project. I ran into you at PRI. We talked about 5-cylinder things for a while. I'm glad you have a template to follow now. Yep. Yeah, I think, were you with a whole group of guys? I think I remember you. It's a Fast and Furious joke. Writer forgot a comma or something. Okay. I missed the joke. Oh, yeah. Now I get it. Okay. I get it now. I remember that now. Yeah, Brian Spillner. Sorry, I'm a little slow on the uptake. If a 2JZ and a Barra had a baby, there you go. I'll take it. Alright, back over here. Yeah, me too. Alright. Cool. So now I'm going to bolt this thing to a cylinder head so that when I weld it, it doesn't warp, because that's always nice when it doesn't warp. So I'm going to pull the cylinder head off of my Camaro, and we're going to do that. Rough. Oh, yep. And then I gotta go find bolts. Yeah, this is my weld cylinder head. At some point, I'm gonna mill all this crap off the front of this head and all this stuff and all the stuff over there so that I can get better access to stuff. So if I need to weld near the ports, I can. All right. You good? Good. I feel dumb. I was commenting on an older part of the stream. No worries. It happens. Fear of rocks entering the intake at the bottom. Nope. I mean, I have a filter. Yeah, exactly. One of these days. Yeah, I'm just going to set the milling machine up, and I'm just going to the whole thing. All right, I got to go find bolts. Should be in a pile right here. Right here. Right here, right here. Don't need as many intake bolts for this one. There you go. That's your reason right there. That's do a 5-cylinder. You don't need as many intake bolts. You know, I do this to myself too much, where I put myself in a precarious situation. I have to improvise. If I would just think before you act. That ain't going. Hang on. That's not going anywhere. go? Where'd you go, buddy? There you are. Alright, so we are now bolting the intake down to the cylinder head. You notice that the cylinder head is one cylinder too long, but they use the same exact flange. They just shorten it by a cylinder, so this will be a good welding jig so that when we weld this puppy, it doesn't warp, because that is annoying. Nobody likes a warped intake flange. Even though there's enough material here that I doubt it would warp, but we're just gonna be safe. Rather be safe than sorry. This thing's so cool. This thing is so cool. Alright. Five banger would sound much cooler. We'll see. We will see. I do appreciate that your workspace looks like my workspace, but bigger, genuinely. Yeah. Okay. Tony, Angelo, Frankenstein together a cyclone clone using an S10 and all-wheel drive parts from an Astro van. Yes, he did. It's definitely a neat project. Hang down the intake flange. Okay. Smaller wrench. Where'd my 10mm go? There it is. Oh, crisis averted. Jason is. If he wasn't. Yep. Somebody else is a Fox body. One guy did all-wheel drive with Trailblazer front differential, S10 axle tubes. James Aoki. Yeah, I'm familiar with him. Very cool project. Look, high revving i6 sound good. Nobody is arguing that, but 5-cylinder is just something else entirely. It's gonna sound sweet. The stock truck they came from sounded good. Yeah, I mean, I'm more of an inline 6 guy, but maybe once I drive this thing, my mind will be changed. We will see. We will see. I think we're putting in the right level of effort to prove that. The only thing we're going to lack is a set of camshafts, which maybe we will do someday down the road. But I think the stock cam's going to work out really well. Stock cams with a 6-inch intake runner was good for, I think I took my Studebaker to over like 7,000-ish before, and it didn't seem to lay over. So if we can get like 7,000 RPM out of this build, I think that would be fantastic. I think if we go too crazy with RPM, we're going to have issues just being inherent imbalances with a 4-inch stroke. You know, this is probably one of the highest stroke inline 5s ever made. Maybe the diesel, there's a diesel 5-cylinder, a couple diesel 5-cylinders. That might be an exception to that. Having to tighten these bolts down with a wrench because the ratchet wrench doesn't fit. Get my fingers in there quite, so it is what it is. It is what it is. don't know why I chose such a long bolt. Yeesh. It's the bolt I can find. All right, finally got it tightened down. Sheesh. Sheesh. All right. Alright, are you guys arguing in the comments? Cam likely is fine outside. Lift numbers. Think the rest of the cam might be fine. As you said, not looking for higher RPM, may reduce base circle valve. Yeah, well, yeah, we could do regrinds. This is what we normally do. What's going on today? We're building a dual plenum intake. Oh, you're talking about Tony. Okay, fair enough. CJ, you're right, but I just can't stand the vibe. It's off. Maybe it's me, not him. Or a get her done type, high energy. Can be fun. Need to talk into it. Yeah, I mean, Tony. I don't see any issues with Tony. You know, he's a you know, he's definitely a little Hollywood, but I think he's a good guy. Yo, I'm at work and I'm not allowed to be on my phone right now, but I am anyways. I like your style. uh, That's heavy. Your catchphrase, that's heavy. There you go. Instead of that's hot, that's heavy. Oh boy. Alright. Yeah. How much output is your wall socket to be able to run a welder? It's a 240 volt outlet and it's 50 amps, so it's yeah. Yeah, let's chat about that sweet intake. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. All right, guys, settle down. Settle down. Let's not go being mean to people. You know. All right, you ready for the stream to cut out 1,000 times while I weld? All right. Let's do it. Let's do it. That's annoying. That's all right. All right. This happens from time to time. Are you welding on something? And the other side pops. Yep. I didn't get enough of a tack on there. We'll have to reclamp that guy. Because, yeah. Not a big deal. All right. All right. Put a welding helmet over the camera. There you go. You're funny. I'm sure there are people that do that. I think, doesn't Steve Morris do that? Or his film guy do that? I think it's, Zach? Camera guy Zach? Yeah, I think he does that. I've always wanted to try something like that. But we have, EMI, electromagnetic interference. That's not going to help with this, unfortunately. It would help you to see what I was doing, but so I think getting the camera closer to the action would only make this particular situation worse. So yeah. All right. Got it welded. Now I can pull it off of the cylinder head. But we're going to let it cool off first. That way we don't have another Twisted Tea moment. Yeah. Yep. Uh-huh. Perfect. Perfect. All right. So I'm really thrilled with this, guys. This is fantastic. Okay. Frequency traveling in the earther. Wave at the beach, but in all directions is my thought about it. Yeah. Yeah, there's, I don't know. Maybe it's my capture card. I'm not sure. It could be my capture card that's getting interference. Of course, we had the camera go out. I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to play around with it off, excuse me, off stream, and see if I can get it to be better. Most of the EMI is going to be line of sight, so if you can put something between the source and the camera, it will cut down the issue severely. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if it's on the line, like the physical, like, like it's doing something to the 120 volt that is powering the camera. I mean, maybe I could get like a battery pack and power the camera with a battery pack. We could try it. We could try it. uh, yeah, I mean that would kind of that would test my theory. If it's EMI or if it's on the line. I mean, well, no, because we basically already tested that by going to a totally separate power source. Yeah, because we're using power from a totally separate building. And it's still having the issue. So I don't think it's, I think it's on the line. Or I don't know what it is. All right. Have to make new piece for that. Not a big deal. Okay. All right. We can start unbolting this guy. Yeah, this is sick. This is so sick. This intake is sick. It's the sickest. And I forgot to switch camera. Let's hop back over to camera 3. Y'all still watching? That should tell you something. Well, I appreciate that. Camera is not wired. Wrap tinfoil and wrap. Yeah, I mean, we'll. I might give that a shot. The government's trying to hack our cameras. let's let this finish cooling off. That way it can take shape. Take shape. This camera is not wireless. Wrap it into. Okay. I mean, I could make it wireless, but RF receiver, same as radio. I filmed welding with my cell phone and had no issues, but I wasn't live streaming. Yeah, I've filmed tons of welding with my phone, with my DSLR. I've done all kinds of stuff with welding, never had any issues. Frequency of the arc is close enough to video frequencies that it is interfering. Yeah, you're probably right. Way higher power. Wire is just an antenna. Well, sure, yeah. I should go to fiber optic. That's what I need. I need to go to fiber optic. It's fiber optic when it's, you know, it's a glass fiber, so it can't you can't induce current on it. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I gotta figure that out. See if there's a way to do fiber optic comms between, you know, a fiber optic HDMI situation or something. I don't know. They use fiber optic to control high frequency, high voltage electronics, so that's, yeah, that's valid. Yep. I think they make fiber optic HDMI cables or something of that sort. But we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. That also sounds expensive. So we'll see. Seems like you guys like this live streaming thing. I know it's not you know, it's not like a Freedom Plus live stream, but I do like hanging out with you guys, and you know, otherwise I'd just be doing the work by myself, you know, with nobody to talk to. Alright, I'm unbolting the intake so that I can say, ow, it's hot when I pick it up. Twisted T moment. It's officially what we're calling it, a Twisted T moment. When I go, ow, it's hot. Alright. We also need to add support rods per the instructions. But that just involves drilling a hole and welding a dowel on either side. So that's not a huge deal. All right. Took so long for me to take the intake off that it's no longer hot. Sorry, guys. Okay. Put a tinfoil hat on it. I wear mine all the time. The world's full of lies, my friend. There you go. Just rub some dirt in it. There you go. Project at a time. It's been awesome sitting. I should probably make myself a camera. Huh? How about that? It's been awesome just sitting here chilling and watching and listening to you. Well, thanks. Glad you're enjoying it. Lead hat works better. There you go. And yeah, this is fun. I love hanging out while work gets done. I do this with my friends when I'm working on my own car parts. There you go. Cool. That's what's important. Spending time with people that you love. Cody speaks the truth. It's been nice. I only have a Mike's Hard Lemonade. Okay, well, you know, you gotta make do with what you got. Have you ever heard of the Sonax Stage 3 rebuild kit for the 4L60E? And have you heard a lot of good things about it? I've never heard anything good about a 4L60E. I'll just say that. Yeah, it seems like everybody that tries to use them for anything that has a significant amount of horsepower, it doesn't work. So, yeah, just out of curiosity, the i5 and i6 and i5. It's an AR5, right? How much power do you think they can take? I know there's guys that have put 800 wheel horsepower through those AR5s, but oh, I missed the spirit animal guy. Hang on, I'll come back. How much power do you think it could take? I mean, I've heard of people putting 800 wheel horsepower through them. They don't seem to last too long at that power level, and it's like I think it's the 2-3 shift. If you're too aggressive with it, it'll clean the teeth off the gears. So, I would think, 5 to 600 would be all right. Okay, if Denma's spirit animal is a raccoon, what's yours? We're watching a rebirth of the 2025 Matt Havel. Well, that's nice of you to say. He's definitely somebody that I respect greatly and I'm very much inspired by. So, spirit animal. I really like penguins. They're pretty cool. I like cats as well, but I don't know. I mean, his spirit animal is a raccoon because they're foragers. Spirit animal. Hi from New Zealand. Hello. Your shoes untied. No, it is not. They do not have laces. I wear slip-on shoes because I am lazy. My name is Calvin, and I am lazy when it comes to tying my shoes. Why did I bolt this back on? I'm not even close to done. I just wanted to look at it, I guess. Yeah, I don't know why I bolted this back on. Calvin's spirit animal is Hobbs. There you go. I like that. A tiger. Oh, awesome. So 350 should be no problem. Yeah, I wouldn't think 350 would be a problem. Hey, gotta stare at it sometimes. It's motivating. Yeah. Yeah, I do that a lot. Sometimes you just gotta look at it and go, huh. Old cam to show it bolted up. Oh, man! You caught me too late. I did that earlier. You'll have to check it out. We'll do that later. I promise. I promise. Right. Yeah, because we like literally just did that. So, all right, let's get the support rods welded in, and are we taking sailboat YouTube? Not sure what you're. Are we taking about a sail? Are we talking about maybe talking about a sailboat YouTube canal? You just look at it exactly. Just wait until you find the stretchy pants. There you go. There you go. Apparently there's some like stretchy pants that look exactly like jeans that I probably would like. All right. So let's cut this back part off, shorten it up, and then weld it back together. Cut it apart, weld it back together. Yup. Alright, so I will be muting my microphone while I run the grinder, because apparently it is very loud. Let's do it. Grinder set up. You know, this workbench was like perfectly clean when we started on Sunday. Now it's got exhaust tubes, all kinds of stuff on it. Tuba. Okay. So I'm thinking about there. About 2 inches. Yeah. I forgot to mute my microphone. I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. All right, I will mute it this time. All right. Good. What's that?
With the exhaust.
Yeah, I'm going to. Once I get the back of this welded up. What?
It looks manifold.
Yeah. All right. So this up. I have a better tool for this. All right. I'm gonna use the grinder again. So I'm gonna go on mute and actually remember to do that this time. Sorry. All right. Back on mute. Okay. Getting there. Getting there. Can I hold the hot thing without burning myself? That is the question. Ooh, that looks great. All right, now we can weld it. And we will notch it, and then we'll weld on the rear piece. And then I am going to mock everything up on the car. And then I will show it to you. And it's going to be cool. Going to be real cool. The coolest. Okay, I already got my one glove on. So if I go looking for my other glove, I already have it on. Does anybody else do that? They're like, where's my other glove? Where is my other glove? Yeah. Probably too young for that kind of thing, but... Fired up, fired up. Here we go. All right, ready for the stream to go out 1,000 times? Yep, yep. Just the hot one. Yeah. See, that's how I know which half is the right half. It's the hot one. The hot one's the one I just cut. That's the one I need right now. Yeah. How my brain works. Didn't bother to like mark it with a pen. No, I look for the hot one. Keep grabbing the hot stuff until you know. All right. So let's tack the one, and then we'll tack the other. We should be able to just do it like this. Yep, that's my crank sensor plug. What? No, I can't. There's not enough room in there. So, should be all right. I'm gonna put support rods in it. That came with it. Should be okay. I did as much of the inside as I could. Uh-huh. All right. Getting close. At least after today, most of the welding, at least the welding on stream, should be done. So I should be able to knock out the rest of the welding off stream so that you guys don't have to sit through this. All right, where did that little piece go? Little rear piece. All right. Did he get the exhaust collector done? I see he's on the intake. It's not done, but I'll finish the rest of it off stream. Was anyone here for the description? The logic behind the manifold shape? Is it purely imitating the Audi design? No, there's a lot of purpose for it. I talked about it earlier. I talked about it pretty much right at the beginning of the stream. Basically, it is to help with cylinder to cylinder distribution. All right, where'd I put it? Little rear piece. Piece goes all the way at the back. Where did I put it? Not here. Not there. Now you get to watch me look for stuff that I had a couple minutes ago. Here it is. Found it. Surprised he doesn't sell some of his old stuff. I have, many times. That is good. Yes, sir. Yeah. So now we just got to put this little end cap on the back. Mm-hmm. Okay, so now we just need to trim this out a little bit. Make room for the rear portion of the first plenum. How do I want to do this? Probably a die grinder, which I'm sure that's going to sound horrible on stream. This is why I could never do a live stream. My ADHD has me forgetting where I put stuff all the time. It would be live stream of me walking in circles for something in my hand. Yeah, same. Except here I am live streaming. Love the channel, keep it up. Don't make it, Calvin. Thanks. All right. So let's get the die grinder thingy. Well, we can try that one, I guess. Sharp one. All right, let's try this one. This is gonna sound awful, I bet. But I can mute my microphone. Right? Or I could just drill a hole. Dummy. You're big, dummy. Yeah, just drill a hole. Need a smaller one. All right. There's the one I was looking for. Okay, I'm gonna mute. All right, I'm happy with that. Now, need more out of that area. All right, a little more. Okay. Getting somewhere, getting somewhere. All right, so I'm going to use a file. Hand file. All right, so in like probably about 15 minutes or so, we should have a mock-up of everything on the car. Are you planning on getting the throttle body on today? Probably. I might do it off stream. I'm thinking about finish up the last little bit that I'm working on, and then have you. Yep. Good engine stamp. Yep. All right. So we'll probably finish up this last little bit that I'm working on, and then I might I'm going to mock it up on the engine, then I'm going to probably do a little Q&A session like we've been doing at the end of the other streams. And then I'm probably going to end for the day. I'll get some stuff done off stream that involves welding and stuff that's going to cause interference problems. And then hopefully tomorrow we can do stuff that does not involve welding, so we're not having so many interference issues. And you know, I think tomorrow we're probably going to start on building the engine. So yeah, obviously we shouldn't have interference issues while doing that. All right, gotta cut this off real quick. And okay. One last thing, I will try to find and send pics of my extend cam S10 I've been working on. Cool. Sounds good. Tomorrow sounds fun. Yeah. Hopefully, hopefully it's a little more quiet and not so interference prone. Uh, you know, doing my best here, guys. Appreciate everybody sticking with us. Everything is a hammer. I feel like that should be smaller. Maybe I could like taper it slightly. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. All right, more grinder action. Action with the grinder. Yeah. Hey, there we go. That looks a little better. All right. This needs narrowed up a little. That looks a little better. Yeah, there we go. Dig it. I dig it. All right, we're gonna weld up this last little bit, and then we're gonna mock everything up. So once I finish welding this, you guys can start leaving questions in the comments if you would like. We're gonna do a little Q&A session once we have it mocked up. And yeah. And then we are going to conclude the stream. Alright, welder time. Alright. Cool. That looks sick. Eh? 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 Alright. Okay, I have to get back to work. Lots of projects to finish up. I might watch more later if you're still streaming. Love your channel, dude. Thanks. And thanks for watching. There's stuff in here. Okay. I've been wiring the basement master bed, bath, and closet. Much rather be working on my Atlas 55. I hear you there. What ECU will you be using on this build? Well, the car already has a max ECU race. We are going to be using a max ECU sport, though, because we're going to be switching it out. So that will hopefully be something that we cover on Thursday. I never switched camera. Alright, speaking of inline fives, it looks like VW is finally putting the RS3 engine in the Golf R. Okay. I'm really not super familiar with the Volkswagen stuff. So, but that sounds like a winner to me. All right. This thing is pretty sick. All right. So now we have the intake manifold mocked up. Now we're going to do the turbo manifold. Can this build be replicated on an Atlas 3.7? Sure. Yeah, 3.7. Yeah. I don't like how close, how little head gasket sealing area there is between cylinders, but for the power levels that we're going for, it's fine. It's 600 wheel horsepower. That's really not where that would become relevant. Yeah. Frankly, I would expect the engine to fail for some other reason long before it fail from a gasket sealing issue. Where is my turbo? There it is. It's literally right where you were just at, you dummy. It's right there. It's right there. Like Dora the Explorer. Do you guys know where the apple is? Can you spell apple? What is holding you up? Oh. Heck yeah, always good when stuff fits after you haven't had it on the car in a while. Always good, always good. Had a turbo 2-liter 4-cylinder, a pretty decent one with the 5-cylinder 07K. The Audi is just way better, and people have been doing swaps. Okay, cool. 24-hour stream today? No. Nope, not today. All right. You're driven the Trailblazer. Okay. Actually, same setup in my 55 Chevy, 1.5 ton, about 463 gears. Thoughts on performance as a tow haul rig? I I wouldn't even know how to comment on that. I'll be honest. Yeah, I wouldn't even think about towing with mine. Yeah, I wouldn't even. I mean, it moves my Trailblazer around pretty nice. So I don't. Yeah, it might do all right. It's I guess it's all about heat management with the tow rig. You got to be able to climb steep hills and stuff. Give it a little flex. Perfect. All right. It's reasonably happy with that. Cool. All right. All right. Still got to weld my MW steel badge on my intake. Just put that right there. Maybe we can cover up an ugly spot of our welds. You guys appear to live on a farm. Did your family every farm? No, we did not. Calvin. I wish you done work on other people's 4.2s. I'd kill for an engine built by you. Yeah, I just don't have any interest. I'm sorry. It's there's just too many people out there that will try to take advantage of you, and if you do one, then it just snowballs. Anything you'd suggest changing? RTT tail it out here, like phones, etc. Steel. I don't know. I don't think there would be anything I would change. I think the thing performs pretty incredible, and I'm super happy with it. All right. Well, you can kind of see it on that camera. This thing's looking pretty sick. It's definitely a lot more compact and looks like it's going to be a lot easier to work on, which is what I was after. So let's understand why you don't. Yeah, it's just, I mean, yeah, seeing what that one guy did with Steve, where like the dude like, Steve told him that like this is an experimental, like this is a prototype engine. Like there's going to be some things that we have to figure out, but the guy was just like itching to get his hands on an SML. And then, he has some minor issues, which, depending who you ask, I guess it's major or minor, but you know, he had to pull the engine a few times to, while they were figuring a few things out. I don't even know if he had to do it a few times. It might have been one time, and the guy just like freaked out uh, on Steve Morris and flamed him on the internet and did all kinds of crap, and I don't know, not interested. All right, check it out. So probably put my little badge right here on top for my MW steel. All right, this thing is coming out super sick. I am very happy with how this is coming out. Turbo is very appropriately sized. That turbo looks so massive next to this thing. Oh my gosh. Like, it's a big turbo, but like next to the 6-cylinder, it didn't look as big. Now it looks like, holy crap, what kind of turbo is that? So, got plenty of room to get down in here. Before it was very tight. And man, this is cool. This is, I'm excited about this, guys. All right, anything anybody wants to see? 5-cylinder come out of a Colorado? Yes, it did. Water to air intercooler? No, it has a gigantic air to air intercooler. It's a 4.5-inch core. The radiator is currently not in the car, obviously. But yeah, giant air to air. 3.7 inline 5. Will you go to the dyno? Run on pump gas and ethanol. I would love to do a pump gas build. No, I'm just not interested in running pump gas. It's just, we have E85 all around in my area, and I'm not gonna put my engine at risk. These are fairly high compression engines. If you don't put good fuel in them, you're gonna have issues. Man, that's cool. Gear vendors to keep the RPM down on the highway for a tow rig. I mean, I don't have any issues with that on my Trailblazer. It goes down the highway at like 2,000 RPM at 70 miles per hour. So 8HP does a great job of that. He has a little more gear in the thing, so yeah. He may, I don't know, maybe. Interested in an LS swap, turbo Mustang, turbo built engine, and Haltech and more. Okay, cool. How much progress since I checked in at lunch? Well, the intake is like probably 60% done. I still have to weld on the throttle body flange. I'm probably going to put a little elbow on here, or maybe point it down a little just to get it heading down towards where my charge pipe is. I'm going to weld a little flange on here to have my vacuum ports. Yeah, I mean, that's about it for the intake manifold. Oh, I need to put the support rods in the intake manifold, just to keep the thing from exploding. Not as many pie cuts today for sure. Yeah, I've had enough pie cuts today or yesterday for a long time. together. Very cool. It's going to be awesome. That's my bike. Yep. Single-handedly shined light on these Atlas antlers. Yeah, trying. It's I wouldn't say single-handedly though. There's definitely some other good contributors out there. All right, Nate, make another meme. Nate made another meme. Not sure I get the reference, but I don't know if you can see it. It looks like a character. Man, I don't get the reference. I feel horrible. I'm sure you covered this before, but how much lighter is this than a 4200? I'd like to weigh it before we put it into the car after we've finished building the engine. So more on that later. Hey, drag, repeat. Looks awesome. You are making incredible strides. Well, appreciate that. And yeah, if you guys are looking for drag and drive news related stuff, you should go check out Drag, Drive, Repeat. They are some awesome folks, and yeah, Mike and Eric are awesome guys, and they do a really good job. Okay, what is your opinion on anti-reversion chamber for the exhaust? I hear they really free up flow by smoothing out the pulses and taming resonance in pipe. I think my dad has developed something of that sort, has done something like that in the past. And I don't really have an opinion on it right now, but it's probably something we're going to experiment with in the future. What do you do about E80? What do you do about E85? Oh, gelling. Oh, gelling. Okay. So I said getting. Oh. Never had an issue with that. Um. I mean, I guess we had a pump or a filter kind of get gummed up one time. It's the Riddler from the new Batman movie. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, because Nate said I look like the Riddler. Okay, that makes more sense. All right. Now I can appreciate it more. Yeah, because it's it's played by the that dude in No Country for Old Men. Okay, he's saying I look like the Riddler. Okay, I get it now. Took me a second. Yeah, we had a filter kind of get gummed up before. I don't know. We've not really had a ton of issues with that. I don't know. What's the compression on the 5-cylinder? Same as the 6-cylinder. It's like 10 to 1. Do you drain all tanks when not in use? No. Sounds like the i5 is winning you over. I vote the next thing you get is a 3500, 3700 is a put one in a 2-wheel drive tracker. That would be cool. Gonna need to sell t-shirts. It's the stream. To sell t-shirts of the stream cutting out. Yeah, the rainbow screen. Yeah. That's a good idea. Yeah, bzz. Yeah, it'll have the rainbow screen with bzz. Frankenstein. I need to talk with Eric, but I'll float the video here. Atlas Nationals West next year. Whew. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, I keep hoping it moves closer to us. I'll just say that. Yeah, going out west would definitely be a big commitment. Do you predict any problems deleting the counterbalance? No. No, I think that the engine's shaking. You just can't feel it because the balance shafts are masking it. That engine is shaking. Even with the balance shafts, it's shaking. You just can't feel it. The balance shafts are spun at twice the crankshaft speed. So once they knock those bearings out, because they will, because they're spinning a weight, it's imbalanced. At double the crankshaft speed, that's just, they lose oil pressure and they blow up. It's just, they're bad. Turbo, a 3100, 3400. I don't know, maybe. Can't wait to hear it. And the anti-lag, same. Would you delete the balance shafts in a daily driver? Yeah, probably. I've heard people say that it's like at idle, you can feel the vibration. As soon as you get off of idle, it's not bad. Ever consider land speed records? Yes. My dad has 18, and we would like to get back to that at some point. Probably next year. We're going to be doing that pretty heavily. Got to be comfortable in your daily. I mean, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I just think they're a reliability nightmare. Is this just an experiment to see what it does and how it sounds? And will it ever have a manual trans? We're probably gonna, I mean, I don't think this is gonna be an experiment. I think this thing's gonna be in here for a good while. A manual trans, I would love to. We might do something more wacky and wild. I do have a 7-speed dual clutch transmission that I was thinking about using for land speed racing, but you know, we'll see. How do you feel about Rally Chevy Spark with an i5 turbo? And it sounds cool to me. Why not both? Sure. I mean, if you want to do a West event, that sounds great. That's yeah. Did I mention I saw your T-shirt 6 is greater than 8 in Scottsdale where I work? Hey, we got some fans. We got some fans. Look at that. That's so cool. Plot twist goes rotary. All right. Maybe. Maybe. It'll be a 5-rotor. Maybe. Wow, that swap was quick. We still got a little ways to go, but it's in there. It is in there. Would you ever think of coloring the engine valve cover? Yes, we will be. Yes. All-wheel drive, you know, that would be cool. Whatever happened to the Pro Mod Mustang your dad had? That was not a Pro Mod. How dare you? It is sitting, waiting for its turn to be back in the sun. We gotta figure out what we're doing with that thing. Finally going rotary. Hey, I didn't say that. I did not say that. All-wheel drive, Colorado Canyon. I mean, we're not all-wheel drive. Whatever happened? Okay, yeah. What kind of power do you think the i5 could produce naturally aspirated if you were to build it that way? Well, they make like 250, right? Or 230, 235 stock. I think if you put a set of, I guess the problem is you're gonna have to spin them higher. And I don't know how the reliability is gonna be. I mean, it should be all right. I don't know. the only way to make horsepower naturally aspirated, or the easiest way to make horsepower naturally aspirated, is with RPM. And I don't know if these things are gonna like a lot of RPM. So I would think 300, 320, maybe, maybe more. Hard to say. The i5 is like 250 NA stock, I think. Yep. There you go. So if you do hypothetically make it all-wheel drive, are you using the stock front diff? I don't know. I have not put any thought into that at all. I will figure that out at a later date. I'm not sure. I don't know. What is your daily driver? Most of the time, I just take my F-250. I was hoping that my Trailblazer would become my daily driver, but it's been a little troublesome. Just with the I've been having issues with the fuel pump. I think what I did there was a little a bit of a problem. So RPM kills, always give and take. Yeah, I mean, RPM also helps keep things alive as well. Like, it's if you make the same torque at a higher RPM, it's there's a trade-off. There's definitely a trade-off. That's the goal for my single cab Colorado 4.2 turbo all-wheel drive. Cool, very cool. Rotaries are like communism. Looks good on paper, but if it worked, practically America would make the best one. Hot take. Yeah. I mean, GM tried to make one. They put a ton of energy into trying to make a rotary program. They were putting one into the Corvette, in fact, but they couldn't get the thing to be fuel efficient, I believe. They couldn't get it to meet emission standards and be fuel efficient. I think that was the problem. So they had to abandon it. A rotary is just a glorified two-stroke. How about we get a Detroit two-stroke diesel going next? We're gonna need to get some bigger cars for that one. All right, I have not eaten lunch, and I am hungry. So I think I'm going to end the stream off. Did you have anything you wanted to say to the stream? Dad just walked in. Yeah, does anybody have questions on Dad's build? His 48 Studebaker. You want to get mic'd up? It's almost 5 o'clock here. Instead, we have 75 million LS castings. Long live the LS. Hey, hard to argue with that. This is a good. Fumbling around with it. Yeah. Okay. Go eat. Go
I'm
eat.
not even in
I'm
the
all
screen.
right. Okay. Yeah,
Just turn it. There we go.
What's in it? Show the engine bay with manifolds. And I just did. It's right there. Look. I can show it to you again, but
Yeah.
You guys use the same ECU for all your builds? No. Okay, what's in your 48 Stu? What are you planning to put
The
it?
Stude is coming along. Yes, it is, Mad Mike.
You want to show it?
We can.
Yeah, we can show you it too.
See, Pups is rocking the Stude shirt. Yep.
Yeah, go. Yeah.
You can
I didn't even-
buy those.
didn't even promote
There's
that.
a link in the. There's a link somewhere.
Yeah, I'll
And
give you guys a link. Hang on.
yeah, we appreciate. There's been a pretty good reception to this shirt. I'm digging the next one that Calvin's got planned. He's got
Yeah,
a
the Y
determination shirt. So, my racing nickname has been Mr. Determination, and My wife adopted Mrs. Determination years ago, painted it on the roof of my car so it stuck. And Junior there, he's taken a strong affinity to that lifestyle. We've muscled through a lot of challenges over the years. All right.
How about that? How about
Two
that?
dudes and it's dude's idea. Yeah,
Yeah,
we had
unfortunately,
big
we had
plans for that, and it kind of got knocked down pretty hard with the loss of the 62. But you'll see another Stewed in the near future.
Yeah.
And let's see, CU, okay. Throttle bodies, okay. Let's
We
see.
use the same ECUs on all your builds. No, we use Holly ECUs, Mega Squirts, Max ECUs, Link ECUs, sometimes stock ECUs. GM ECUs.
Yeah, we got absolutely nothing back from what was stolen. We did find out that the truck had been moved to North Carolina and was in a junkyard, but that was no sense in chasing after that. It made us sick. As a matter of fact, as recently as yesterday, we found more things that were unaccounted for and lost. It's been shocking to see how much we lost, $100,000 in that theft. And that was right after losing the Volvo. So 2 years in a row we had major setbacks. And then all the surgeries. It's been a long go for 3 years, going on 2.5 years, I should say. But there's no crying, there's no looking back. We've been able to participate in racing. We just have to do it differently. It's frustrating, it's sad. Lord willing, there's a burden on the thieves' heart, and they have a change of lifestyle because of it. We pray for them. We pray for their change in lifestyle and their beliefs, and hope that their witness will be strong. Someday we'll find out what happened, and it may not be until we get to heaven. But we have to be positive. All things work together for the good for those who believe in the Lord, and we know that He's in control.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really, most people would be mad at the thieves, and haven't really had any moments like that. Like, even when it happened, I was just like, well, that's a bummer. Like,
it hurt.
It hurts. It hurts a lot, but it's just like, I don't, like, if the thieves were to, like, say, hey, sorry, here's your car back, like, I would just be like, hey, I don't know what situation you came up in that made you do that, but it's.
I don't know how you answer that question.
What's that? Definitely get some GPS installed on the.
Do you
important
take
stuff.
applications to help work off screen?
Yep.
Always, the lawn always needs mowed.
There you go. Yeah.
God bless y'all's family. He has. Even in the deepest valleys, we know He's there with us. So we are very blessed, and we want to share that good news with people. And that's one of the reasons why we're so heavily involved in the racing community. Is it gives us the opportunity to meet people we would never meet otherwise. And we can only hope that our work ethic and our lifestyles are such that it draws people onto the asking why we have the hope in our heart that we do.
Yeah, we got GPSs on all kinds of stuff. I'll just say that. Yep. I'm not going to tell you where, what kind, how, why, what, when, but we do.
Yeah. So
everything happens for a reason. Maybe God is protecting you from something else. That is entirely possible.
entirely, yep, we don't know, but He has purpose.
Yep.
You want to show them the pieces I just made?
Yeah, let's show you Dad's Studebaker. And then,
It's a mess over there. Whoa.
yeah. Yeah, camera put that up.
I didn't even see that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're probably short enough it doesn't bother you. All right.
Excuse the mess.
Dad has been working on this beast right here. This is a 1948 Studebaker Champion, and
Just finished
we
up
are
the
putting-
firewall this weekend. Started making those pieces. Just made that piece since I got home from work.
so blocking off the rest of the firewall.
Yeah,
So
I got
this
a little,
is-
make a little offset there that's going to match the distributor indent so that we could pull the distributor out. I got 2 little spots to weld up there.
Yeah,
We
this
got-
is being built with a gasser.
Yeah. I got to take this up in the air and show the bottom at some point.
Yeah.
We just put the patches in yesterday where the roll cage goes through the floor. Made those little pieces. That went in yesterday and the day before. We finished all that up. I got to finish the 2 holes back there, make the pattern for that. Then we'll start getting ready to put seat, steering, pedals in the car. And I want to get the rear suspension done as quick as I can. Because we're feeling the pressure at this point. The goal is to try and get this car running and maybe make a pass over at Maple Grove to be the first pass when we race at the Race for Ronald's house. But we're not going to make any promises. If that doesn't work out, then we'll take Crap Marrow over and just run our supercharged Camaro over there. It's
So this is being built for 6 Smokies, and they're doing a heavy feature on the gasser class for
Yep.
6 Smokies. So
80 cars are registered.
we figured we would build ourselves. Well, we've been working on this for a while, but
Yep.
get the gasser back out and go participate at 6 Smokies.
Yep.
And we're doing a 502 with an 8 HP 70 behind it, and a fender well headers, and yeah, it's coming together. So I gotta get the drive shaft ordered because that's important. Of course, we should probably wait for the Sonax piece to get here, but yeah,
Yep.
that's not important for you guys. You know, yeah, chrome molly cage came out super nice. So yeah, fun. Hey, we got some donations.
Ooh,
Cam68 man just gave us a $5 donation. Want to help out with lunch? Well, I appreciate that. That's very nice of you.
yeah.
And Chuck and Steele gave a $5 donation as well.
Yeah, that's for Dad's lunch.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yep.
I'd like to hear about your
Days
land
someday.
speed days sometime.
Oh.
Well, do you want to talk about it now?
We can talk about it a little bit, but we're probably going to save a lot of the conversation for when the land speed car comes in.
Yep.
We are, well, yeah, if you've watched our video series, you probably saw the 54 Studebaker. I had always wanted a 53, 54 Studebaker ever since I was a little kid. And I had, for years, many years, collected Hot Rod Magazine's The Speed Week issue. And I have probably 30 to 40 years of Speed Week issues, just from being a Hot Rod subscriber since '78. And then in addition to that, then I've got a lot of the old ones from the 50s and 60s. So I went up to the Jalopy Showdown the one day and came home, and the guy that I had met in Florida coincidentally lived 7 miles from here, and he asked me if I could build any car in the world, what would it be? And I told him about the 54 Studebaker, 53, 54, and he was like, why is that? I said, well, what would you do with it? I said, I would paint it white, red interior, 354 speed, and I'd take it land speed racing. Well, a few months later, he found one, and the story on that is hysterical. He called me while I was in the middle of a conference, putting on a pre-bid meeting, and my phone rang, and I went to just acknowledge it, turn it off. Well, instead, I turned it on, and he starts hooting and hollering, "Dude, I found your car!" You know, the whole crowd started cracking up, and I flew home, and sure enough, it turns out that he did in fact find this, and it was had been in a junkyard. Turns out the car was an original late 50s, early 60s gasser. Somebody junked it, and the paint shop that it was sitting at, the guy had found it, drug it out of there, brought it to his shop, sat out behind his barn for years, and finally he was ready to get rid of it. My buddy found it, got us in contact with each other, and sure enough, I was able to get it home. Well, through the course of time of working on the car, we put a cage in it, got everything together, and I was just flat out of money. And out of the clear blue, a guy called me up. I was in New Jersey. I was waiting for the DEP to show up, and my phone rang, and I looked at it, and I was like, I don't recognize that number. Maybe the DEP guy got lost. So I answered the phone, and here it turned out to be a friend who had been sponsoring other race teams for years, and the team that he had been sponsoring decided that they were going to close shop, so the first person he thought of was me. And it was really neat to put the car together. He provided the money for us to buy all the safety equipment that we needed, and you can see the picture of how the car ran down the track the first time. And we went 82 miles an hour, and the thing shut off. I had a small breaker heater actually in the fuel system, and it was only set up for 3 amps because I was testing everything out, making sure everything worked, and I forgot to replace it. Well, when I took off and started blowing through there's Bugzilla. That's cool. When I took off, David Freiberger was behind me while he chased us down. He was like, dude, that thing sounds wicked. Tell me about it. And I started telling him about it, and he's like, hold on. You mind if I record this? Well, sure enough, he puts on his mic, and the car had blown up, and I had climbed out of the car when he approached me and asked. We talked for about 15 minutes, and he stood there until I took off. And my very next pass, which was the second pass I ever made in the car, he was standing behind me. That's the picture that's in Hot Rod Magazine, and I set the record above that. Was my second pass. Go up.
I can't. That's not live.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, this is. That's about 15 seconds
Oh,
behind.
that's funny. I'm sitting there looking at it like it's
Yeah,
live.
yeah.
The car set a record at over 150 miles an hour. Yeah, the hood scoop's made out of an old pickup truck hood. That whole car was low buck and is low buck, and but it was neat. I had always wanted to do that. Set 18 land speed records with the car. Had some really neat opportunities. It was the very first car to set a land speed record in Loring, Maine. It just so happened that they were getting everybody ready to stage, and they wanted to move us to a different part of the runway. And the way it all sorted out, I ended up behind a bunch of motorcycles, and I had the privilege to be the very first car ever to set a record at Loring, Maine. And that record, I broke it actually the very next year. I broke my own record, but we set 18 records, and super neat to run that car. But what we found is the car has so much tail lift. The similar cars have been measured at 180. They have 720 pounds of lift, and at 160, 530 pounds of lift. So what was happening is my tack was just bouncing from 7,300 to 8,100. I was losing traction so much. And check that out. That's how I made the shape for the hood to make the ductwork that fit in underneath the hood, so that it had ram air induction coming through the grill, going right to the carburetor. I made that wood buck there, so that when I took the hood off, I could fit everything up to the bottom of that buck. And yeah, that's pretty neat. That's the air dam there that we made. But long story short, we got to the point where we knew to go faster, we needed to either put more horsepower in it or put more weight in it, or we actually needed both, and it wasn't in the finances. We went one more time with the yellow bug. So my first time out was with the blue dots, and the second event that I took second effort was with the Studebaker. Third event was with the yellow bug. And when the boys went off to college, I put everything up in the barn, and it sat up there up until we drug it out of the barn. And rather than taking it back as a land speed car, we decided to return it back to its gasser glory. So it's got a straight axle in it, and all of the necessary speed parts to make it a consistent bracket car. And first time we took it out was after my crash in Georgia. We took the car to Missouri and raced at the No Name Nationals, and it did very well, especially considering the amount of cobwebs I had to get out of the old man's head. So it was nice to get in an old familiar friend. I found myself falling asleep sitting in the staging lanes, and that's always been a mark for how much I enjoy a car, is if I could fall asleep in it. But neat car. Keith Turk taught Calvin how to pack a parachute on that car. They did a he just came up and just showed him how to do it. Is that the Loring record? No, that's Max.
This is Max.
Yeah, that's okay. I went
Yeah, so the
164 on a 146 mile an hour record.
Yeah, by building the air dam and the scoop that forced fed the engine, he picked up what? 13 mile an hour?
No, that was only 3 or 4 miles an hour. We picked up a bunch of mile an hour on the shock. But all told, yeah, we picked up 13, 14 miles an hour over the course of time with small adjustments. It was shocking. Yeah, shocking. It was amazing to see the difference of what the shocks did on the back. How you set up your shocks on the car is very different than you would think. It's almost like an autocross front with a drag racing rear. And, neat adventures. So where that's going to go is that we're going to put a 302 cubic inch small block. Oh, there's a picture of a nightmare right there. The transmissions and how many transmissions we failed. It just, with that thing losing traction on the tap end, we would just jackhammer the transmissions, and they'd come apart.
Yeah. You can see my truck that was stolen, and the trailer in the background on this picture.
Yeah. So our Studebaker's our favorite manufacturing brand. No, we just love the connection with Pennsylvania. They were actually the Studebaker family was originally from the Biglerville area, and the Studebakers were still very common on the road. When I first got driving, you would see a bunch every week, because they weren't out of business that long when I first started driving. But I love these pictures, just bringing back fond memories. So our new Camaro, the goal is to run gas coupe. That's my favorite class. I love gassers because they're the most difficult to drive, and the gas coupes is the most difficult to drive. They don't have any aero support. You can put an air dam on it, but you can't put a tail wing. And with a car with a ton of tail lift, that's something that's super valuable. And the gas altereds, that same car as a gas altered will pick up about 10 to 15 miles an hour just with the tail wing. And in some cars it's more, but on this particular model car it's about 10 to 15. So Cameron and Calvin climbed into the car. We blew a transmission up at 176 miles an hour. And Cameron and Calvin jumped in the car and were working on the thing while I was getting interviewed. And I had to ask the guy to stop if we could pause for a second so I could answer the question. So, oh, look at how young you were there. Oh my gosh, I don't have great hair.
No.
That's funny. Well, let's see. Tacos?
Tacos.
All
Yeah,
right.
there's the guy interviewing you, and that's me standing in the background waiting patiently for
Oh, somebody's doing steaks tonight. Good for you.
steaks. That sounds good. Yep, Turk's a good guy.
Yeah. Yep. He called me a bunch of times after the crash. He actually talked to Dave Freiberger right after the accident. Dave asked about me, and then Keith kept him up to date. He had called me a couple times, and he's got such a warm hug that I truly appreciate. He's been through a lot in his own life, and I absolutely appreciate how much he cares about his family and his racing family. So it's neat. He barks pretty loud, and he gets your attention when he wants to, but he's also the first person to lend a hand when you ask for help. Going to do anything with a Mopar? Yes. So we've got a Hemi. At some point, we'll do a Hemi build. It's not the priority. It's going to have to come after a number of other projects, but we are not loyal to any one brand. We prefer to do things that are lower in cost, and at some point, we're going to come up with an eagle-headed Hemi, and I love that picture. We'll come up with a eagle-headed Hemi. Probably put a Hellcat supercharger on it. I'd like to put it into that Mitsubishi Eagle Talon thingy that we got. I'm not sure I've convinced him of it, but I think that the connection in Mopar would be pretty cool. It's a 750 cert. I think we can get in the sevens and do it on a budget.
Yeah, if those roadkill guys would have us out one of these times.
Look at Chad Papa Nelson back in the day. Yeah. I'm not sure if
It's
look at
Chad.
Chad
It means you're a like alpha male, like tough, like.
Once upon a time, I'm telling you what, that the crash took a lot out of me. It's going to take a lot to finish its. This round of recovery will last until February. Then I have my hopefully a clean bill of health, and I'll be able to get back into it. It's
3 years.
it'll be
Coming up through. Coming up 3 years.
Yeah, it's the crash was 2.5 years ago. The last operation was 6 months ago. Very, very diligent on continuing to do my physical therapy. It's been a long way. Hopefully we can lose some of this tonnage here and look a little more, what's the word, Chad?
Yes. There you go.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah, it's a Chad. It's like it's like
Don't tell me it's like a carrot.
no.
Okay.
Well, no, it's not like a Karen. Yeah, I forget what the male equivalent of a Karen is. I forget. Kyle. Yeah, Kyle. Yeah, it's
We
not
know
that.
a few Kyles.
Yeah,
That fits.
yeah, it does.
Not all Kyles, sorry. All right. Thank you. Yep. Kelvin is dabbling with the Mopar train. We dabble with everything, and that's one of the things that I really pushed Calvin about when he was younger. I was doing a lot of big block Chevys, a lot of big block or small block Chevys, And I had raced Pontiacs, Oldsmobiles, Buicks, Dodges, Fords. I had been through a lot of that stuff. Landed on Chevys because of the price and how much horsepower you can make so cheaply. But as he was growing up, I really pushed him towards make sure that you don't get stuck in a rut of just doing Chevys. Branch out, look at all the other brands, because that's how you put food on your table. If you have a single-minded attitude about what brand you're going to be loyal to, you'll never do anything with that, because there's 10 million people doing the same exact thing. And that's, we like the LSs, but you'll never stand out in the LS crowd. You know, we love LSs. They're great engines. We've got Mama's LS3, my LS3. We've got the supercharged, the Hellcat supercharged
LY6.
LY6. There's something else with it. No, we've pulled the LS out of everything else.
Did you say the mill?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's neat to have gone down that rabbit path, but we had an LS in the Datsun that came out. LS in this thing, it came out. What else? The Sunbird had an LS and it came out. And what?
Oops.
Yeah. We did the LS4. We had the world's quickest LS4. And to this day, I think I have the mile an hour record, and you have the ET record on that package. And then, so we love the LSs, but you're never going to stand out in the crowd. You have to do something different. You know, getting back to the Mopar question, you'll see a Mopar here. Someday you'll see a Coyote here. You're going to see a Toyota here. We're going to work on the VK. We're going to work on the VK very soon. Hopefully you enjoy the flavor that has. We're just getting ready to start ordering parts for it so that when it comes time to roll that into the shop, you know, hopefully December, November, December time frame, we're doing something. What's
Nate? I'm very smugly listening to Papa Nelson hype up the LS train.
Snugly?
Smugly.
Oh,
Like.
yeah, okay.
Like that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'll tell him to send us a Barra, and we'll do a Barra on something too.
No, he's glad you're proving him right, is what he's trying to say.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
He's a big
we
LS guy.
oh yeah. Well, we like the LSs. That, we're gonna do an LT. Gonna do a supercharged LT. We're gonna do a manual transmission Atlas. We're gonna do some land speed racing. We've got, 19 different projects planned for the long haul, just to get things
I didn't count.
out there.
There's a lot. All
It's
I know
on
is
this
there's a
license,
large
yeah.
amount.
Yeah. And, the goal is to keep the content coming and keep everybody interested, because the goal is to build the channel and have something for the future. And, being close to retirement, this is something that I've looked forward to. And, I know Calvin has wanted to do this for a long period of time. I want to get more heavily involved in racing. That's one of the reasons why the Studebaker's going together, the land speed effort. We don't know how those videos portray themselves, whether they keep people's interested, but Calvin's had a good run of putting enough information out there to whet everybody's appetite to keep them engaged in watching them. And he's got a real talent there. And between the two of us having very different interests, but similar interests and different skill sets, it really lends itself to doing a lot of work fast. So, when he's buzzing on something, I'm buzzing on something else. And, I can throw sheet metal in a car a whole lot quicker than he can. And, his welding skills are very good. I enjoy doing things on the lathe and the mill. He enjoys doing things on the lathe and the mill. And it's very strong complement forces to be able to produce a lot of volume. So, whatever the other questions are out there.
North Star update. It's sitting right there.
Yeah.
I'm working on it.
There is no love for you at all,
I
is there?
know, I know. It's the starter is the current conundrum. I've talked about it earlier in the week. We have a solution that will work. I think it should work. I should say it will work because that's gonna bite me. But we're working on it. We're working on it. I promise. It's coming.
Yeah, 5-cylinder.
A
Okay.
bit jealous. This is unobtainium in Norway. 5-cylinder. Yeah, well, it's I think you guys got the 4.2s, didn't you?
In Norway?
Yeah, they got a like Saab.
Oh, the Saab.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Saab.
Oh, that's a good
I
point.
don't know. Didn't you get the Isuzu Ascender? Or sorry, isn't there a Isuzu pickup? You guys may have gotten the fuck. What do I know? Anyways, I've always liked the Atlas 5 and want to swap one in a car in the future, possibly in a 2016 Cadillac CTS all-wheel drive. So I wanted to know how would I even go about that, especially the all-wheel drive? That's a great question. I don't know. I don't know how the all-wheel drive is set up on that. Maybe try to keep the front diff, or would that be? Are they transverse? I don't know a whole lot about that. Other than you would just have to start measuring stuff with a tape measure and see what fits. That's where I would start. Yeah, but yeah, I think if yeah, send me a message on Instagram or whatever. I answer people questions on there all the time. If yeah, it's yeah. Olaf, you have so many amazing engines out there, though. Don't be sad. Yeah, come on, man. Look at the bright side. Build a Gen 3 Hemi. Come on. Yeah, we will. We will.
We will. Yep.
Very few of the 4.2, I think. Have seen some of them in some of the vans. Most of them have V8. Okay. Also, I want to possibly do an 8 HP swap. So how do you do that? Because I saw you have an 8 HP in your Trailblazer in your earlier video. Yeah. Again, you got to figure out how the front drive system's configured in that, because you're gonna have to get an 8 HP that has a transfer case, because they're like integrated into the transmission. There's like a million. That question is like, it expands out to like a billion more questions. Unfortunately, yeah, we don't have time for that today. I would like to go get something to eat before my friend shows up.
Oh, that's tonight.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So I think we're gonna call this stream. Thanks everybody for tuning in, and I hope you enjoyed the intake manifold fabrication today. Tomorrow we're probably going to start on the engine build. I may start a little later. I don't know. We'll shoot for like 10 a.m. again, and I'm going to try and get some welding done off stream so that we don't have a million rainbow screen interruptions. And then hopefully we can start the engine build tomorrow. So with that,
Is the exhaust done?
no,
Oh.
that is part of the welding that I'm going to do off stream. But
Gotcha.
all right, see you guys in the
that's
next one.
close.
Make sure you go buy a shirt or comment, like, subscribe. See ya.